You are now listening to CTR Media Network.
What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are, the media network, that's the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above all and everlasting. Motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself, your health, and see if we...
The podcast on CTR Media Network.
That's me. I'm so happy to be here. Thanks to her, my podcast is doing great.
350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like-minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence, all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR is who we are. The Media Network, that's the best by far, you know. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com. The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today on Amazon.com by simply searching the Homeschooling Interactive Magazine. The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy from Amazon today.
And click our store feature so that you can
Our CTR Media Network sponsors. A special thank you to our gold sponsor, Terry Coleman from Global Key Capital. Global Key Capital is a lender specializing in customized financial solutions. They pride themselves in being one of the industry's most reliable and proven lending groups. At Global Key Capital, their customers are their number one priority. They strive to provide their clients with competitive pricing, unbeatable customer service, and stress-free processing. So if you are in the market for your next dream home or investment property, give Terry Coleman a call or simply visit their website at www.globalkeycapital.com. A special shout out to our silver sponsor, Business Course Academy. At Business Course Academy, they provide business education digital courses for its participants with the tools and knowledge needed to compete globally and build generational wealth. Everyone needs a map to reach their business goals today, and they have an exceptional business course creators and coaches on their team with over 30 years of experience ready to help you because they have worked with multi-million-dollar agencies as well as startups. So if you're looking for your next business course, go to businesscourseacademy.com.
Working with you today.
Yes, that's our CEO, Dr. Tina Ramsey. At this time, what I normally do before Reverend Allison comes back, I always yield back and give our visionary author the last words, things that may be on their heart. At this time, though, we're going to go ahead, and I want to thank Evangelist, yes, Tamala Coleman. Didn't get to put her information. I'm going to put her information up now. You all, Evangelist, if you come on and just share your heart with us briefly, let us know how people can reach out to you, who you are. Yes, ma'am. You can go ahead.
Thank you so much, Sandy. Thank you, Tracy. This has been an awesome evening. Thank you so very much. And to the ladies, the co-authors, thank you so much. It's good to see your faces today. Praise God. I just want to say one thing, that your pain is your purpose. Your pain that you're dealing with right now, it leads to your purpose. So don't give up. And I tell you, Reverend Allison, I thought she was going Martin Luther King on us tonight. She went in tonight. Dr. Martin Luther King.
She went in, didn't she?
Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Well, I can be reached on Facebook, Tamala Coleman. Also, I have 2 emails, tcpraise, number 14 at gmail.com, inspiremag22 at gmail.com, and Tamala Books at yolasite.com.
Okay, awesome. I do have your information. I am also going to put it in the chat so that our listeners can be able to cut and paste should they. There you guys go. And next, I want Dr. McCoy, if you will, come on, and then our forwarding author, she will come after you, Dr. Seedy. Yes, ma'am, if you'll come on, and I'm going to put your information up next.
Indeed, I just want to leave this. Be free to live again, to laugh again, and free to level up. You can be free. In John 8:36, it states, if the Son therefore shall make you free, ye shall be free indeed. And that's so please get a copy of this book. You can reach me on all social media platforms, Dr. S.C. McCoy, author S.C. McCoy, or go to my website, www.drscspeaks.com. And thank you once again for having us on your show this evening.
My pleasure. And yes, last but not least, we have Dr. Sita Malone Gibson. If you will, come on and say hello and just greet with us and give us your last words.
My last words would be, first of all, thank you for having us, both of you, and to my colleagues. It's good to see your faces again. And because I should have had this in the beginning, you can't serve, lead, or grow others if you still bleed. You have to heal in order to move forward. And I want to leave you with my unlimited, unpredictable, and I forgot the last one, but be unstoppable, unshakable, unpredictable, unshakable, and unlimited. Remember, what you do for Christ will last.
Amen. That's it. What you do for Christ will only, yes. What you do for Christ will last for sure. And last but not least, I believe that had all the authors, you have spoken. Okay, Tracy, listen, thank you so much. You want to share with the audience? Come back and you and I will chat. We're going to go ahead and yield back. Allow Dr. Reverend Allison. Y'all, I put the doctor in front of there. Allison, she's going to, she's going to come and share her heart with us, and then we'll come back. Okay? Mm-hmm.
Hello again. Listen, thank you so much for having me. I am so blessed to be here, definitely to have my co-authors with me too, and to meet Miss Tracy. I'm so happy to meet you. What God has placed on my heart when I said your purpose still stands regardless of your past, because I believe that we have to get past our past in order for us to see what it is that God has for us. We have to begin to release what is not of God. We have to begin to line ourselves up strategically with what God specifically has for us in order for us to grow, in order for us to heal. And how do you do that? You have to start praying. You have to up your prayer life. You have to build a relationship with God. Sometimes we want to get past that part and not build that relationship with God. But in order for you to be free, you're going to have a relationship with God. So when the world comes at you and when the world tell you who you are, that relationship that you have with God is going to make a difference. That relationship that you have with God is going to sustain you. That relationship that you have with God is going to keep you in perfect peace. That relationship that you have with God is going to wipe the tears from your eyes. But we have to build that relationship with God. We have to get to a place where we are free and free indeed. And you can't be free indeed if you're taking on everything of the world, if you're listening to the TV too much, if you're not communing with God, if you're just going in and out of seasons, if you're not building that relationship with God, you're going to get lost in the midst of things. And God gave me a rhema word this year, 2023. He gives me a rhema word every year, but this year he gave me shift. That means we're going to have to shift our mindset. We're going to have to shift the way we used to do things. We're going to have to shift some of the relationships that we've been in down through the years. I know it looks like we're supposed to stay connected. I know it looks like we're supposed to stay with this person and that person, but God is shifting. He's shifting our thinking. He's shifting our heart. He's moving things and he's shifting things around in our favor. And we're going to have to build a relationship with God in order to see what it is that God has specifically for us, because your purpose still stands regardless of your past. So get the book. Women, be free. Men, get the book too. Be free, be free, be empowered in this season so that you can be free to live, to laugh, and to level up. Thank you so much for having us.
My friend, I am so grateful for you. You have definitely blessed us on tonight. Those of you that are listening, I want you to mark your calendar. Y'all know what I tell you to do. Get a Post-it note, put it on your phone, put it in your phone, put it on a Post-it, whatever you need to do. We just heard it. The year of shift, the year of release, letting go and letting God. Again, as you said, your purpose still stands regardless of your past. And each of us tonight, I love what Evangelist said, is that the scars, you don't know my story. We don't look like what we've been through. And here is one of the things that I know for certain is that we are not alone. You, lady in our audience, sister, woman of God, you are not alone. Make sure, I feel like I'm speaking. Oh, I feel the Holy Ghost. There's someone sitting in our audience and you need to get this book. There is something in that book that is going to propel you and change the trajectory of your entire life or in 2023. Woman of God, whoever you are, you need to put down the 19th. You need to know Allison. You don't have to follow me, but you're going to find her on my page. But Reverend Allison G. Daniels, and when you follow her, you're going to be able to follow and find out when the book is going to release. You need to friend her, follow her, do whatever you need to do and get the book in your hand. Because I believe whoever you are, and here's one of the things I love to hear, the report of the Lord. I believe without a shadow, I feel it in my spirit that there's someone watching us tonight. And sometimes, you know what it is that I believe, Dr. McCoy, I love it. I love the fact all of us are entrepreneurs. All of us are business women, or we're in the marketplace. But when you have a platform of women like this and can say, yes, I've earned a certain status. I have women, I have a team, I have people that answer to me, but I'm humble enough that I know that I am only here by the grace of God. That's all I heard. That's what I heard, Dr. McCoy. That you're there because of the grace of God, and each of us can declare that today, that we're here by the grace of God. I am Sandy Sanders. It has been a delight to be able to interview this great woman of God. I've interviewed her in the past. We're prayer partners. I love her, and I'm excited about this particular project. Not that I'm not about the others, but it's something special about this one, Reverend Allison. It's something special, like it's been in mother, but it's something special. And we heard a word from the Lord out of each of you. And that's how this book is going to be. It's going to touch the lives. Each of the ladies, somebody is going to pick up that book, and they're going to come back and share the testimony that we're overcomers by the blood of the Lamb and the word of the testimony. And that's how they're going to be an overcomer, by reading this book. Tracy, thank you so much. My co-host that has joined us tonight, the phenomenal, yes, Tracy Halcrombie. Yes, she is the CEO of Joy Inside of Tears, and her ministry, her CEO. You can also find her on our podcast that is also Beauty for Ashes as well, heard on Spotify. I am super excited. I don't know what else.
And CTR Media Network. Thank you, Sandy.
And
CTR Media Network.
The Vera Thomas Show. The Vera Thomas Show. The Vera Thomas Show. The Vera Thomas Show. Let's talk about it. 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 Let's talk about it.
Hello, hello, hello. How is everybody today? I am so excited. We're going to be talking about trucking, the trucking industry, but we're also going to be talking about Michael Nems, my guest, as a father as well, because that's an important topic. So I'm going to pull him up, and then I'm going to share his bio while he's here. Hi, Michael. How you doing?
How are you? How you doing?
I'm great. It's so good to see you. And I'm going to share with our audience a little bit about Michael.
Awesome. I appreciate you having me.
Well, thank you. Michael J. Nems. He is the CEO, owner of Keep Trucking Transportation. He is a father and Howard University graduate who offers trucking and logistics services. Mike offers mentorships and teaches his mentees how to start a successful trucking business and scale their trucking fleet by increasing the trucks and trailers. Mike teaches how to invest properly in the trucking industry with a hands-on approach. After working with Michael, clients learn how to stay in business while pivoting through decreased rates and increased fuel prices. His clients have been offered contracts with direct customers, consistent freight, dedicated lanes, and trailer options. Mike has incorporated transportation management systems to increase productivity and revenue. Michael and his team are known for building strong relationships with business owners and customers to provide quality service and on-time deliveries. In closing, his favorite motto is, "We find a solution for a problem before it exists." Well, that is awesome. So you have this foresight of what could happen and make sure that you address it before it happens. That is awesome.
Absolutely.
And we've got a couple of comments from our listening audience. Hello, and I'm sure that's Dr. Tina. Hi, how are you? So glad you're listening here today. And then she says, keep trucking. We're gonna keep trucking. And I am going to shut my mouth and I'm going to give you the floor and let you share a little bit more about your business, your industry, your philosophy, and how you see things. And we're going to be also talking about the fact that you are a father. But let's talk about the trucking industry first.
Awesome. Well, again, I'm Mike Nelms, CEO of Keep Trucking Transportation. I'm a father first and foremost, above all. A Howard University graduate who specializes in really leasing on owners as well as owner operators. We focus so much of our energy on that aspect because it's needed in this industry. It just creates an easier path to become successful in this industry once you align yourself with a great company like ours, Keep Trucking Transportation, so that we can mentor you as well as provide opportunities to help you scale in this industry.
That is awesome. And how long have you been in the business?
Going on 9 years.
Going on 9 years. And let me ask you, what made you decide that this was the industry that you wanted to be in?
Because it has multiple streams of income under one umbrella. Most businesses that I've owned, and I think I've had about maybe 7 by now, they're always just one way to earn income. And then when trucking came around, I was like, there's so many different opportunities, so many different lanes, so many different streams of revenue that we could create with just one business. And so it's been a journey. It's been a 9-year journey. We pivoted multiple times within our journey, which is great because now it allows us to have that type of experience and not just from one aspect of trucking, but various aspects in trucking.
And you said that there are like 9 streams of income
Yes.
through the trucking industry?
I mean, at least 9 that we tapped into.
Well, oh my goodness, let's talk about those streams of income.
Actually, we buy trailers and we rent and sell trailers. So the rental aspect of trailers, I kind of equate that to like real estate. So you buy the trailers low and then you rent them out for about $1,200 or $1,400 a month. And then of course we buy trucks and then we sell them. We put drivers in our trucks. We lease on owners and owner operators and show them how to scale properly. We offer mentorship program, consultations, dispatch training, right? We hire dispatchers. So it's just a lot of different things that we do. And most recently, we just created another stream of income by having rooftop mixers and allowing people to get proper funding so that they can, purchase the proper equipment. And so it's just a lot of things that we do. We teach people how to buy trucks and trailers, of course, and we do it for them. We hire drivers. So it's just so many different things that we've been able to pretty much tap into.
Oh my goodness. So you actually help with funding to help. Oh my goodness.
Provide funding on our rooftop mixers that we've been putting on. We have another one, I think March 4th of 2023.
Okay.
We partner with another company who actually provides funding. And so we just kind of put 2 and 2 together and provide that funding at these multiple events that we're putting on.
Oh, that is amazing. That is amazing. So what type of person would best fit the trucking industry? What would be some of the, we got some audience participation. Okay. Let's see here. Okay. Hello, everybody. That's cool, gamer. And then EDU Station says hello.
Hey, how you doing?
And she trucking. She says, keep trucking.
Keep trucking.
The best in the biz.
I appreciate the support. I appreciate everybody joining in.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So the question was, what type of personality would best fit this type of industry?
In trucking, you definitely have to have a thick skin. It's something that is forever changing. So no day is the same. It's always something. It's always something evolving. You have to be able to endure some of the hard times. And like I say, in 9 years, we we pivoted so much that to the point where we learned how to pivot before we were forced to pivot. So you just got to be constantly thinking, the willingness to grow and learn and do things different. You know, get outside your comfort zone. This is not an industry where you're going to do the same thing every day. So you're going to be a little bit uncomfortable, but you have to embrace those challenges.
Yes.
So yeah, it's a different type of business. Again, out of all the other businesses that I've had, this is the most intriguing. It's the most intricate. It's probably the most difficult, and that's why we focus so much on our mentorship program, because we understand that with the mentor, it's pretty much it's a lot easier for you to be successful in this industry, and you're gonna need that guidance. You're definitely gonna need that mentorship if you're thinking about getting into this industry.
So you said being thick-skinned.
Yes.
Can you give me an example of a time when that held so true?
Let's see. I had at this time, I think I had maybe 5 or 6 semis that I owned, and 3 of the trucks, they actually had breakdowns like almost at the same time. I mean, it was just back to back. And I think with that, it just kind of teaches you just to not stress, right? Just to kind of, like my mom always say, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. You just gotta, you know, it's like triage. You gotta figure out what's the most important and work on that, and just kind of, you know, figure your way out through the day. But sometimes that trucking is challenging. It's really challenging. It is. And I think because when I first started, I didn't have a mentor. You know, I didn't know how big the industry was. I didn't know how many challenges that I would face, and I didn't have a mentor. And so that's why we preach so much about the mentorship, because a lot of these struggles, you can pretty much circumvent them if you have someone who's constantly teaching you, right? Who's constantly holding your hand and walking you through the process. And so now, you know, of course, we embrace the process. No matter what happens, every day we know we're going to get through it. Because we've, you know, it's one thing to own 1 or 2 trucks, but it's another thing to lease on. And for the last 9 years, we've touched well over 150 trucks that we've either dispatched that was leased on, if I own the trucks, or if we just dispatched under someone else's MC and DOT and manage their fleet. So it makes it a little easier because we've touched so many trucks, we've dealt with so many issues. So it's kind of easy for us to come up with a solution before the problem even exists. And we really live by that. That's how you sustain. That's how you sustain in this industry. You have to be constantly thinking, what's the fastest way to get this repair fixed? What's the least costly way to get this repair fixed? And how do we continue to get this load drop so we can get to the next load, right? And it's just a constant battle with that. But again, the more trucks that you've actually worked and touched, the easier this industry becomes. Hence, again, you're gonna hear me say the word mentorship 1,000 times, because that's probably the most important piece of trucking, other than creating streams of funding for people to actually purchase their equipment.
Yes. And one of our guests, she says, love Keep Trucking. Rooftop mixer. We're going to be talking about that. We mentioned it, but we're going to be talking more about that in a minute. Now, we also have funding. All businesses could us funding.
Yeah, they could use funding. Yeah.
Oh, tell us about that.
Well, and again, I always like to use my own experiences to grow from, right? I'm really big on that. I like to educate based on my experiences, not something that I've heard or even that I learned. I like to go through it and then teach it. And when I first started, I had another business, a collection firm, a medical firm, and I was able to take that seed money to buy my first truck, and then my second and fourth, all the way to my 12th. But that's not really the right way to go about it. And if I could do it all over again, I would keep my seed money and I would use somebody else's money to get funding and get that equipment. And so that's why I teach from that perspective of, okay, well, let's, one of the hardest parts in trucking is to get funding. If you're a new company, banks don't want to fund you. You don't have the experience. Trucking is a tricky industry. So it's a risky business. It's a risky loan for these banks. So once we were able to figure out the number one reason why these drivers who've been driving for 8, 9, 10 years, and I always ask them when I hire them, I say, well, what are your expectations? What do you want to, where do you want to be a year or two from now? And then the other question I always ask is, why haven't you purchased a truck? The roads inside out, you know how to run the truck, you know how to do your pre-trips, but why haven't you purchased a truck? And the most common answer is that they just didn't have funding, or they just didn't know the business side of trucking. So as Keep Trucking Transportation, we said, well, listen, we gotta create some changes. We have to be innovative. We have to figure out where's the disconnect between a driver and an owner operator. It's a huge difference. The pay is different. The freedom is different, right? So we want to be able to create not just more revenue for drivers. We want to put them in position to become an owner operator, and then they can spend some more time at home with their family. They don't have to be on the road, 14 days on, 2-3 days off. They can spend maybe half that time because now they own that truck, right?
Right.
That's kind of, and I know I'm going off on a tangent because
That's okay.
because it's bigger than just a load. It's bigger than just the money, right? And that's good in this trucking. We all want to make some good money, but it's what you can do. Is how you can impact people on a level that's like far greater than just making a couple dollars. And that Keep Trucking Transportation, the number one thing we want our drivers to do is to become owner operators. We don't want them to be stagnant. And I understand owning the business isn't for everyone, but for the ones that do want to take that step, take that leap of faith, we want to make sure that we're able to provide that for them.
And a question. What is an owner op?
So an owner operator is a driver who actually owns their truck, their tractor and trailer, or just tractor, and then they drive for themselves. And I'm sorry, I keep thinking that we're on a trucking podcast. So yeah, there's probably people like, what's an owner op? Well, that's an owner op. You own the equipment and you drive for yourself. You pretty much work for yourself.
Okay, and of course, OPM is other people money.
People money. So that's the name of the game. Of course, us young Black African Americans, we always were taught differently. We didn't, at least, I'm 42. So growing up when I was younger, we didn't know about credit. They don't teach it in school, right? And so you don't know about using bank money to fund your business, to start your business, to keep it afloat, to scale. And so now that we do know, there's no excuse.
Yes.
We're given that information. We're doing dispatch training classes, and we're not just teaching how to dispatch the load, which is to find the freight for the loads. We're teaching the things that go along with actually owning a business, on top of finding the freight and soliciting your carriers, the people who actually pick up the freight, the drivers, right? We want to teach the other side of trucking as well, so that people can start to couple the two and become a little bit more successful in this industry.
One point I want to make, financial literacy, it is taught in white schools.
Right.
It's not taught in our schools.
Right.
So they have a jump start because they've learned this stuff early on. And so for you to be cognizant of that and wanting to make young people aware of what it means to be credit worthy in order to, in fact, be able to purchase your own fleet, starting with one truck and then moving on to many trucks. I mean, that is awesome. That is awesome. So what age would you suggest is the best age to get into the trucking industry?
Oh, what age? I have some, so we do consultations, and I've had as young as 18 purchase a consultation. I think that, so my brother, he's a doctor of education, Dr. Sean Nels, and we were just spending our Thanksgiving holiday together. And one of the things that we were speaking on was trying to implement trucking in high school. I think it's an important trade to have to start. I've never heard of it, so hopefully that will be one of the first to implement it. And we're gonna go back and forth. We're gonna use his platform since he's a superintendent of schools back in Rochester, New York.
Yes.
Professor at Rochester University. We want to use that platform to push the education of trucking in high school.
Yes.
I think 18 is a good age to learn business. It's a good age to learn how to invest in yourself. Start young, and with the North, there's so much more. They're so much more advanced than we were when we were 18. They have resources right in the palm of their smartphones. So I think it's important that we start to educate them young.
Yes, I want to acknowledge Jacqueline Cox. Thank you so much for listening. Hi, she says, hi, Ms. Vera, I'm tuned in. Thank you. I appreciate you being tuned in. And She Trucking, she says 21 years old can drive out of state.
Yep.
18-year-olds in state.
Absolutely.
Glad you're here. She's trucking. You're helping me.
Absolutely. Yep.
Okay, so but I think the idea, the concept of introducing this as a career option in high school is awesome.
Yeah.
And piggybacking off of that with career development and looking at the Holland Code, which for truck drivers is, I'm sure, is realistic, social, possibly, enterprising, definitely, to better understand how you tie in and your personality ties in with the trucking industry. I think that's awesome. We have some other guests here. 2 questions. What are the numbers for the average of Black versus white? And what is the percentage of Black women drivers?
Okay, so I know African Americans, we make up anywhere from 18 to 20% of the trucking industry. I know that number's changed quite some time. At one, it was 17%. So it's a small percentage. And I don't know the percentage of Black women drivers in trucking. But I was talking to Sheree a while back, and she was telling me a story when she remembered, walking into companies and she would be the only Black female driver. And then we went to visit a trucking facility, a truck terminal, and there are more now, but it's still not. The balance just isn't there. I think at that particular terminal there was like maybe 4 or 5 at that terminal, and so I think that's something that we need to work on. I love to see the women in trucking, even on social media. They're doing some amazing things, and I always say, and I know the guys always bash me for saying it, but women outwork men any day of the week, hands down. And I think it's important that we push more for gender equality in trucking.
That's amazing. And we'll probably have Sheree come on and talk about it from a woman's perspective, because I know and it is amazing. I remember I was on the road and this lady, this truck driver, little lady, and she's in this huge truck that's carrying all these vehicles. The one that has all the, she was little.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh my goodness, I would have never thought someone so small would be a trucker.
Absolutely. Well, Sheree, I spent some time with her as well. She's tiny herself. But she's so powerful. When she walks in the room, she demands that attention. And again, I think it's just important that we push more for gender equality in this industry.
That's amazing. And I have a couple of commercials, so I'm going to run those right quick, and then we'll come back.
Okay.
All right.
CTR Media Network has amazing opportunities to expand the visibility of business owners, entrepreneurs, authors, coaches, and podcasters on our platform. Would you like to be interviewed on any of our podcasting shows? Where we're booking right now, so go to ctrmedianetwork.com. Would you like to have an ad in our upcoming Podcast Revolution magazine? Well, simply go to our website and place your ad today. We also have commercial placement opportunities. We would love to play your commercial during the airing of our CTR Media Network Live and the Tina Ramsey Show. We would love to partner with you. If you feel that your business is the right fit, contact us about our sponsorship opportunities. CTR Media Network has a variety of different opportunities to fit every budget. So reach out to us by going to ctrmedianetwork.com and book the appropriate ad for yourself today.
I am so proud to be a part of the CTR network of podcasters. And if anyone listening is interested in being a sponsor of my show, let me know. Please let me know. We're all a part of this together, but I need sponsors as well. So if anyone's interested, please, by all means, check me out on my Facebook page, The Vera Thomas Show. And I do have one other commercial I want to play regarding CTR and podcasts.
CTR Media Network was created for today's podcasters. We provide a safe haven for content creators that are everyday people doing extraordinary things. We have a system of positioning, monetization training, coaching, and support for our podcasters' success. CTR Media Network simply bridges that gap with a level playing field for your dreams to come true cost effectively. Our team provides a premium service and experience for our podcasters to grow. CTR Media Network provides access, support, resources, coaching, and community for our podcasters to win, if you put in the work. We believe that we are living in a unique time which requires you to share your message of hope with millions of people around the world. Remember that the world is never too saturated for you, your voice and message. A platform for positive, impactful media where the content creators are in the driver's seat. Visit our website today by going to www.ctrmedianetwork.com.
Miss Mac, $1 million maker, Miss Mac marketing. 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 Miss Mac, $1 million maker, Miss Mac marketing.
Make your dreams become reality today with Miss Mac Marketing. 848-236-5026.
Now we have a couple more comments regarding the women in the industry, and She Trucking says that 10% of women are in the industry, and 3%, I'm gathering 3% of those 10% are Black women, which means we need more Black women as truckers, right?
Right.
And then she also says, great interview. Thank you very much. It wouldn't be a great interview without the interviewee, not her, but E. Okay, don't mind me. Okay. And then Marlo, she asks, how much does the average truck cost? She says, my cousin loves it, and she says she doesn't have to worry about money. Okay.
Right. Semis. I'm thinking that she's talking about semi trucks. It could be box trucks. There's a huge difference in what you would average, but a semi is going to average anywhere from 7,000 to 9,000 a week, depending on how they run. And of course, you double that if you had like a team driving your semi truck. It also depends if you're going to run, if you're going to be over the road, which means you're going to go state to state, or if you're just going to stay local, just in that one state. So it just depends on how you run that truck. If you have a power only truck, which means you have a tractor with no trailer, you're going to make a lot less than you would if you had a truck with an actual trailer attached. And that trailer can differ as well. You can have a flatbed, you can have an enclosed trailer, a drive-in trailer, which is you carry any type of dry goods, furniture, and just dry canned goods, or anything that's not perishable. And then you can do a reefer trailer, which is a refrigerated trailer, and you're transporting food, ice cream, steaks. And so those rates are going to change depending on what type of trailer that you use.
Okay, and then one of the other questions: what is the average cost of a truck?
So a brand new, let's say Freightliner 2023, you're speaking about maybe like 140,000. A used, maybe a 2015 Freightliner Cascadia, dual bunk, you'll probably pay anywhere from about 45 to 50,000. And then again, that depends on the miles as well.
Okay, and you help finance, or you help find financing for truck drivers who are interested in becoming entrepreneurs, owning their own trucking industry company.
Right, and we are correct, and we also help find the actual truck. Just depending on how much they want to invest. And there's a lot of people are always DMing us. They'll always DM us on Instagram or hit us on our webpage and just want us to help them sell their equipment as well. So we have a lot of different ways to help people find trucks.
That is amazing. That's amazing. So, and I know that you are a father. And earlier, before we came on, I was sharing with you the poem that I had written for fathers. And I think I want to share it. And then I want you to tell us how it resonates with you as a father.
I'm already smiling.
Father, provider, protector, role model for a son, the image of the man that will be the husband of your daughter when that time comes. What's best for your children should be concern number one, regardless of any obstacle a father must overcome. Sometimes the injustices of our society towards many of our fathers can make it hard to stand. But you gotta stand and be a man and a father to your children in every way you possibly can. Demonstrate their worth through you by the words that you say and the things that you do. Don't ever put your children down or call them out of their name. They may become whatever that you claim. Lift them up to higher ground. Let their inner beauty be seen, be found. Show them and tell them how special they are. Be the light. Be the light. Be the light to take them far. Show them and tell them how much you really care and let them know no matter what, you will always, in all ways, be there. Pray that our fathers will be guided by the light to lead their children in the ways that are right. And I know you have a daughter. She's 11 years old. And I met her, and I would like her to come back if she can. But let me have you tell us how that poem resonates with you.
It's how I live my life, right? I always tell people, even in business, I always tell people you have to find that one thing that motivates you, that one thing that keeps you going. And it's unfortunate, it's unfortunate that a lot of us Black men, African American men, did not grow up with their father. And so it's important that I pour every ounce of me into my child, from education to exposing her to different countries like Paris and Jamaica, and just things that she's been able to see that was not even imaginable when I was her age, right? And so it's that this is my world. Like I always talk about, my Instagram page is Maddie Daddy Time. Everything that I do is because of her. And I don't just speak it, I live it. I walk it every day. I tease my daughter every time I drop her off to school. And I always say, Madison, you're beautiful, you're intelligent, and learn what you can. I've been saying that her entire life. It's important that she knows how beautiful and intelligent she is, and everybody around her knows it as well. And the way you treat your child in front of people is how they're going to treat them. The way you is how they're going to respect them. And it's important that we let the world know that we're here, that we're supportive, that I haven't missed anything. I won't miss anything, a birthday, an event, no matter what it is, no matter where I am, I'm cutting it short to make sure that she knows what's important. And everybody around me, they know what's important. It's more important than anything. And I use that word so much because it's hard to explain and express that feeling, but I've been through a lot in my life, but I find that solace when I'm with her. Like I know that no matter what I'm going through, no matter how difficult my day is, the moment she walks out that school and give me that big smile, nothing even matters.
Wow.
She's just a really amazing child. She's a very, very intelligent child. She's extremely gifted with that. And I see a lot of what I wish I could have been when I was her age. And she's just so focused and driven. And most people just don't believe she's only 11. Just how she speaks and how she carries herself. It's easy to be her dad. Like I tell her this all the time. It's easy. Like, it's easy to be her dad. She's under the weather right now. But you just can't tell because her spirit is always high. She's always laughing and she's silly like me. So you couldn't even tell that she has a little bit of pneumonia right now.
Wow. No, I couldn't tell when she came on before the show started. And the thing is, she is the way she is because of you, and you being there and showing her and telling her every day. Right. Every day. People don't understand how important that is. And you made a point about how you treat her in public is how other people will treat her.
Absolutely.
Parents, do you hear that?
Absolutely.
When I see kids, and I remember saying to a parent, seeing a little girl, oh, she's so cute. And the first thing that came out of the parent's mouth was, well, she's so bad.
Right. Right.
Why not compliment the fact that I said she was cute?
Right. Right.
And so the fact that you are And one of the things, because I work with parents and their children, and one of the things I talk about are the various parental styles. And the style that you are showing is the authoritative parent, where you're supportive and encouraging, and you're there for her. You see her areas of strengths and her gifts, and you're leading her to it. You've exposed her to the world. That is amazing. That's awesome. That's awesome. And see, so many times parents are so caught up in themselves and consumed by what's going on with them that their children are either fending for themselves or have no direction, no guidance, no discipline, either because a parent is trying to be their child's best friend,
right,
and not parenting. So what are some of the things that you might share with parents that you're doing that you see is impacting on your daughter's life? And I know we didn't plan this question.
I think just being present, right? Like having that. I know. I remember like my dad. He passed away when I was younger. Actually, I was about Madison's age when he passed. And sometimes I think back and I say, my dad would. And most parents, they speak to their child, right? They speak at their child. They don't speak with their child. They don't really interact with their child. If she wants to stop and play Uno, we gonna play Uno, right? It's just the time being spent. There's a thin line between being a friend and a parent. I get it, but I like to straddle that fence. I like to let her know that we can have fun, we can laugh, and then when it's time to get serious and get in those books and read those books and get those grades, I challenge her. We 96s or higher. I don't want 95s in my house. I want you to push yourself as far as you can push yourself, and then push yourself even further. I always want her to give her best. And I think that really is important when I'm putting down that father figure, laying down the law. But at the same time, we're gonna have fun doing it. Read so many books, I've lost count. But it's important that you teach your child. It's important that you show them too, right? You got to be present. And
yes.
I always tell people, like, I don't see how parents don't want to be in their child's life.
I know.
The thing I want to do.
I know. I don't. And fathers get a bad rap. But one thing I've noticed in Atlanta, and first, Marlo, thank you for being here as well. And she says, love that poetry, Vera. Our fathers are so beautiful and sometimes get bad vibes, which is exactly what I was just getting ready to say. And little girls especially need their dads so much so. And one of the things that I noticed when I first came to Atlanta was how engaged fathers are here in Atlanta with their children. You don't see that everywhere.
Yeah.
You don't see it everywhere. And to know that there are so many dads out here, dads get a bad rap.
Right. Right.
There are a lot of concerned, caring fathers that want to be with their children. And oftentimes, mothers have a tendency to hold it back and to thwart that relationship without recognizing how important that relationship is.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm blessed to be able to have her. Her mom's amazing. We both went to Howard together. That's where we met. We're together for a very long time. So we raised her together, and we co-parent now. But we do a great job at it. It's important that she see how her dad and how her mom and I interact.
Absolutely.
And so we just try to do the right thing. We just try to make sure that we put her first in every aspect of our life, and it works.
Absolutely. And that's a valid point. You are co-parenting right now. Yep. And I know we're supposed to be talking about trucking, but this is important. This is important.
Hey.
And she's there. Hi. How you doing?
Oh, I'm good. How are you?
Good. I want to ask you, I'm glad you came on. I want to ask you, what is it that you value most about your dad?
About you.
Yeah.
He's paying a lot of money for me to go to a good school that pushes me. Yeah.
Yeah. You like Woodward Academy?
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
They push you?
I get pushed a lot.
Yeah.
My classes are really hard, and something the teachers told us is that like no one has ever gotten all 100s. Like, so it's good to know that yeah, there's opportunities for everyone to get pushed there, and there's a lot of extracurricular programs that I think are cool.
Okay.
Okay. And I know your dad spends a lot of time with you.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you value that. Is that important to you that he does?
It's very important to me.
Yeah.
I have no siblings, so I get lonely, and I need someone to talk to.
Yeah. So we hang out.
Yes.
That's wonderful. Well, listen, I know you're a little under the weather, but I appreciate you coming on to share with us your relationship with your dad, because it's so important. And much success to you in school. And I do hope you feel better soon. Thank you so much for coming on. Thank you. Awesome. Okay. And she trucking, she said, hi, Maddie. And then she calls her Maddie Cake. Okay. Yes. Thank you so much for having her come on.
Yeah.
Okay. Back to trucking. But I did not. It is so important that fathers recognize how important their relationship is with both males and females, but particularly with their daughters. Right. I can't tell you, as I had mentioned to you earlier, one of the things that I have done as I'm pursuing my dreams and stuff is driving Uber and Lyft and picking up young girls at 12, 1, 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. Right. And one of my questions is, what type of relationship do you have with your dad? And almost, I would say 9 out of 10 will say they don't.
Right.
And therefore, they're looking for love in all the wrong places. So parents, fathers, be engaged in your daughter's life. It is so important, so important. Okay, back to trucking, because I could go on and on about this topic. But let's talk about this event that's coming up in March.
Awesome. So March 4th, Rooftop Mixer. It's going to be from 6 to 11. Tickets are on sale as we speak, early bird tickets. And of course, the price will go up once the early bird tickets sell out. The event is different, right? It's something that we haven't had in trucking. We're able to actually fund over $1.2 million on a rooftop for those who are seeking commercial funding. They want to get into the industry. We're able to bring a lot of people out, a lot of people who are very knowledgeable and successful in the trucking industry, different walks within the trucking industry. People who own dump trucks to box trucks to semi trucks, drivers, investors. There's so many different people on that rooftop. And I tell people all the time, you have to get in the rooms. You have to network. The old cliche, your network equals your network. There's no way that you can be successful in this industry if you don't have resources. If you don't know how to network properly, to put the right people in your corner. There's mentors. There's so much that we were able to give away on that rooftop. And a lot of people who came said they want to do it again. And there's a lot of people that missed it, that just missed that opportunity. The tickets will sell fast. They're probably going to sell faster this time than the last time, because people really realize the importance of being at that event March 4th. I encourage you, if you're on this live and you're listening, or you get a chance to watch it later, make sure you go and purchase your tickets. You can purchase them on the web at keeptruckingtransportation.com. It's actually scrolling on the banner down there. It's keeptruckingtransportation.com. Purchase your tickets. If you can't make it, purchase a ticket for a friend. But it's definitely an event that you want to get in. If you're in the trucking industry, you got 20 trucks, you want to scale to get to 30, this is the room you need to be in. If you're thinking about getting into the trucking industry and you just don't know how to quite start, this is the industry. This is the event that you need to make sure you purchase your tickets for.
Okay, and I'm typing it in my in the chat so that people will see it. So it's Rooftop Mixer, March 4th. What time does it start?
6 p.m.
Okay, from 6 to when?
To 11.
Okay. and it's a must attend. And keeptruckingtransportation.com for tickets.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So early bird ticket sales are on right now. So definitely gonna get those tickets.
Okay. I got it. Okay. We got it going there. All right. All right. I'm going to put it on here so people can see it.
Yep.
No errors. Okay. You got to come to this if you're even thinking about possibly becoming a truck driver. Just a truck driver, and I shouldn't say just, because truck drivers make good money. If you're thinking about being a truck driver, you want to attend this event. You may find that not only do you want to be a truck driver, you might want to be the truck owner.
Absolutely.
And there are resources available to you to help you do that, to help make your dreams come true. Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
All right. So tell me more about your dreams in terms of where do you see your company going from this point on?
Well, I visited a truck terminal for the first time maybe about a month ago, and I think it just kind of it made me realize that there's another level. There's another level that I want to accomplish at some point, and that's what we're pushing towards. Just aligning ourselves with the right people, creating the right resources around us, so that when we do get to that level, and we do start to purchase more equipment, purchase a truck terminal, which is a facility where drivers can come. Park their trucks. Of course, we run all the dispatch and all the freight to find the freight out of that one location. I think truck terminal is a position that I wouldn't mind tapping into, and just really growing our lease on a portion of our trucking company. I really love to lease people on because I get to see the progress that they make. Some people lease on with one truck, and then next thing you know, they got 2 trucks and a couple of trailers. We're able to teach them how to, again, buy trailers, rent trailers out. It's just a mentorship aspect of leasing people on. So if you're on this live and you already have a truck and you're looking for a home, you're looking for a place that you can actually lease your equipment on, run under our MCDOT, make sure that you contact us on the web, keeptruckingtransportation.com. Is what we do best. Is what we do the most, is lease people on. And like every day the phone's ringing and we're just vetting the right people. So if you think that's you, make sure that you tap in, and that you continue to follow us on Instagram and contact us on the web and see what we got to offer for you.
Yes, and you do have an ebook, right?
Yes, absolutely. She's pouring it out. So yeah.
Yes, she is.
How started trucking in the trucking business ebook. You can also purchase that on the web as well. You can purchase your mentorship on the web, consultations on the web. It's very important that you at least sign up for a consultation if you're even thinking about getting into the industry, so that we can make sure that it's a good fit for you. And you ask a lot of questions. We're gonna have every answer that you need, and we can actually direct you in the right path to be successful in this industry. We also have a dispatch training class coming up right here in Atlanta, Georgia, December 10th as well as December 11th. It's a 2-day class. Purchase those tickets before those seats sell out. It is virtual and it as well as live. So if you're in Atlanta, Georgia area, you want to travel, I know there's a few people traveling from South Georgia, from Texas, that's coming down to take this class. And if you can't make the travel, that's fine. We're still going to have it live and virtual for you to attend that class. So dispatch training is one of the easiest ways to get into the trucking industry. It's the less expensive way to get into the trucking industry. I think the 2 best ways is to get your CDL and or become a dispatcher. And we'll talk more in detail about that once you take the class and show you how to get carriers and how to, that's how we started. We had some box trucks, we started dispatching, and then we were able to grow from there and establish a pretty dominant trucking company in this industry.
Well, that is so awesome. You are doing some awesome things. One of the questions I do want to ask you, do you have an assessment tool that you use to help people that think they might want to come into the industry better confirm that this is a good fit for them?
Well, what I do, it's not even a tool. During that consultation, the first thing I ask about is like your reason. What is your why? Because in this industry, you have to have a why. It is so difficult, so you have to have a why. And then we tap into finances, because I understand that, a lot of times these breakdowns are costly, and it's important that you have upwards of now 20 to 30,000 to the side for payroll, for breakdowns, for repairs, for insurance, right? And so we always like to go over those things first. And then I always ask, well, what are your expectations? Because, this is not a get rich quick scheme. This is not a side hustle. This is not a part-time job that you can just kind of tap into when you want. You have to be all in with this trucking. So just through my experiences and things I've been through and all the other consultations that I've done with other people, the people who've leased on, I've been able to watch the struggles, and some successful and some not. I kind of put all that together, and then that's what we use to kind of gauge if we think it's going to work for someone. But you're the only judge if you're going to be able to be successful in this industry. If this is something for you after that consultation, because I'm going to give you all the pros as well as the cons, because I want you to know what you're getting yourself into.
Okay. Are there schools who offer free CDL?
Right. So there are schools that can offer free CDLs. Like I believe Swift is one of them. We can actually go to school. You can get your CDL for free. And that's why we're big promoters of getting your CDL. It's a viable asset to have your CDL. You can tap into a truck and make some good money at any point in time if you have a good CDL with a clean MVR. And yes, there are schools that you can go to the school, and then of course you're gonna be dedicated to that company for some time after you graduate that school, to pay it back, so to say. And then then you can go ahead and you can start working for larger companies or smaller companies. Yeah.
Yes. There.
Yep, there you go. Yep, there are schools. So yep, absolutely. And again, I always talk about the CDL. It's important to have your CDL, and it's important to learn the business side of trucking as well. And if you couple those two things together, then you'll start to create different pockets of funds for yourself in this industry. But having a CDL is key.
It's number one, isn't it? I mean, you can't be a driver without a CDL, right?
Have your Class A CDL if you're going to drive a truck that's 26,001 pounds. So or more. So you have to, if you're going to need a Class B CDL if you're driving a box truck that's over 26,001 pounds. Then you're going to have a Class A CDL to drive a semi truck, the tractors with the trailers attached.
Okay, now this Joey F. Kennedy, is that a school or?
It looks like his last name. I'm not sure what he texted that for. I'm not sure.
Okay, I don't know either. But anyway, all right. Well, I think that what you're doing and the trainings that you're offering, the mentorships that you're offering, the resources that you're offering, the mixers, you're doing so much. You're doing so much. It is amazing. Okay, she says, no, it's my brother, and I'm trying to get him to see this.
Awesome.
Okay, awesome. And he can watch the replay because he needs to watch this.
You can watch
Awesome. Have him connect, go to the website, and the phone number is here as well. You see everything. Screenshot this.
Also, my IG at Maddie Daddy Time, MADDY.
Okay, let me put that on here. IG. Okay, what is it?
Maddie Daddy Time, MADDY.
Okay, at Maddie Daddy Time.
Yep.
Maddie Daddy Time.
Absolutely.
Okay, all right. Let's see. Is this right? Do I have it right? Is that it? Okay. So hit him up on IG or his website. But yes, we want to get as many young people involved because let's face it, a lot of kids do not want to go to college.
Right.
And so this is a viable career.
Yeah.
And like you said, with so many different facets to it, so many pockets.
Yeah.
And they'll be able to make money and have freedom.
And have freedom. A big thing that we teach is to get your time back. And Madison all the time, I'm on the phone at work. She's like, Dad, and I put the phone down because I understand that I've created a lifestyle to where I can work from anywhere. I was just flying back from Buffalo Monday, and I was on my phone, and I was just able to work from the plane, and again, I love this industry. I love the dispatching side of it, because with dispatching, you can actually work from anywhere. The dispatcher is the one who actually finds a freight for the carriers, the drivers, and communicate back and forth with the brokers, right? Who essentially is responsible for getting those loads out for the customer. So it's important that we've been able to create streams of income directly from our smartphone. If we're out the country, if we're on the boat, doesn't matter. We're making money from our cell phone, and I think that's something that's major. It's not, we weren't able to do it when we were younger, right? I didn't have cell phones out when I was younger, so be able to take advantage of different social media platforms and podcasts. I never heard of a podcast when I was younger, so I'm assuming this is a new, right? But we're able to more importantly disseminate information from our phones, from a podcast.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, Joey just came on and he says, my company is Ties and Fly Logistics. So he might want to connect with you and look at how you guys can pool your resources and your expertise to help more people. Awesome. And he says, generational wealth is my goal. You need to come on my show, Joey. You need to come on so that we can talk about this.
Joey, make sure you tap in and hit me on IG, and my phone number is down there as well. So you can always text me tomorrow, and we can kind of chop it up and see what we can do to help each other continue to grow in this industry.
That is so. See how things work. That is awesome. That is awesome. Well, this has just been a joy to have you on, and I am going to allow you to just kind of share. And I do want to say to my listening audience, please support my show, and you can support by, let me pull it up here. Please support my show. I would like for you to, you can support through Cash App, $ Instill Greatness, Zelle, or PayPal, Instilling Greatness 1117 at Gmail. I don't usually push this, but I know I need to. If you like what you see, then help support this show and help it grow and become all that it can be. And I also want you to like, share, comment, and subscribe to my YouTube channel, to my Facebook channel, and follow me on Instagram, Vera.Thomas, Instilling Greatness. Come on, let's continue to work together here and make this a great thing for everybody. And so we got another comment here. Okay, Joey, he's like, okay, so he's going to be connecting. Yes. Awesome. Well, this has been such a pleasure having you here. I'm going to give you've got 4 minutes to say whatever you want to say about your work, being a father, the business. I'm giving you the floor, okay?
Love it. Put me on the spot. So
yes.
Well, I want to say thank you because the way that this started, even in backstage, the prayer was amazing. It made me feel like I was back home. Made me feel like I was back home in my mom's kitchen, because that's how we do. So I appreciate that. I definitely do. It giving me this platform to speak to your audience. So I thank you for that. I really want to see everybody at this rooftop mixer. It's important. I didn't think that it was going to be that valuable until it just kind of happened and it grew. And so it's important that we do it again with a twist. We're going to add more people there, more speakers there. We're going to definitely double that 1.2 million. My goal is to put 2.4 million on that rooftop March 4th for people who want to get into this trucking industry the right way, who are looking for mentorships, guidance, resources. It's not just truck drivers. We have dispatchers there. We have investors there. We have mechanics there. Every walk of trucking is in that building. And we want to see you there. We want to see you take advantage of an opportunity that even I didn't have 8-9 years ago. So take advantage, get in those rooms. You must educate yourself. Again, we have a dispatch training class December 10th, December 11th. I would love to see you at that class. You can tap into keeptruckingtransportation.com. and you can purchase your tickets for both the event as well as a dispatch training. So just take advantage. If you really want to get in this trucking industry, before you spend your first dime on equipment, it's important that you take some time and you develop a mentor and take some consultations and some dispatch training classes. so that you know how to properly invest in this industry. So that's it. I just, you guys got my IG at Maddie Daddy Time. Again, I'm always on there. I'm always going live. I'm always dropping free gems. We have a subscription page on our Instagram as well. If you want to tap into that, that's only $9.99. Of course, we have the ebook, How to Get Started in Trucking. So if you have any issues, any questions, any problems, make sure that you guys tap in and contact us so we can help you get started, or at least stay afloat.
And you know what? I am going to put this on my Instagram page immediately after we finish, so that people can hear this again and get involved. And I thank you so much for your time. I thank you for your spirit. I thank you for what it is you are doing to help others recognize what it is that they can do. And even though you have your degree from Howard, yes, Howard University, another HBCU, oh, that's so awesome. But you're teaching people that that college may not be the option, right. And if it's not, then this may be the perfect thing for you to get into. So I really appreciate you, Michael, and I appreciate you allowing Maddie to come on. And talking to us. I just love kids. I do. So anyway, thank you very much. And I want to say to our listening audience, you will see this again in a minute because I'm getting ready to download it onto my Instagram page. In the meantime, everyone, have a great week. And if you would just kind of hold off while I close out here. All right, thank you. So have a great week, everybody, and we'll see you next week. Thank you very much.
The Vera Thomas Show. The Vera Thomas Show. The Vera Thomas Show. The Vera Thomas Show. Let's talk about it. 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 On the Vera.
Hello, and welcome to the Anna L. Brothers Show and Podcast, where we inspire, encourage, and empower people to live a healthier lifestyle. Hold on. I just want to welcome everyone. This evening, I am going to be talking about goals versus objectives. It is I think, a very relevant topic this evening for, especially since it's the beginning of the year. And I know that a lot of people are setting resolutions and they're going through all of these things. So I wanted to help people because I said before you can set a resolution, you've got to have a mindset to do it, a positive mindset. And once you get that positive mindset in, you can start setting goals and objectives. So I'm going to kind of expound on them. Also, you'll be seeing going across the screen where you can support me You can support me by sending stars. This is on my Facebook page. And as well as this is my Facebook page there. So you can also support me on those two levels if you want to send me some support. So I want to go ahead and get started. I did do a little presentation. I'm going to make a few little pauses in here this evening to show you a few clips. I have a few clips that one of them is going to be a commercial I'm attempting, and the other one I'm going to explain it to you at the end of my presentation. And I'll explain to you then at the end of the presentation why I selected this one, the clip that I have. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to get started. And so this is my agenda. So for this evening, introduction, then I'm going to talk about a little bit about the differences between goals and objectives. And I'm going to give you 9 strategies for achieving your goal, and how to set goals and achieve them. And then at the end, I'm going to give you 21 reasons why goal setting is important. And then I'm going to show you that second clip. So after the 9 strategies, I think I'll show the first clip. So let's go ahead and get started. So I wanted to let you know a little bit about, this is the introduction, which I just kind of went over briefly. So the Anna L. Brothers Show and Podcast, Sweet Blessings, is here to inspire, encourage, and empower people to lead a healthier lifestyle. The purpose of this broadcast is to foster collaborative thinking to further the development of goals and objectives. Once this understanding is established, then individual can begin to improve socially, emotionally, spiritually, mentally, and physically. That is what self-care is all about. So the difference between goals and objectives. These are tips for developing good goals and objectives. So first we must understand what a goal is. So a goal refers to the desired outcome. And the objective is a measurable milestone that refers to specific actions and outcomes that those objectives will help you achieve those goals. Okay. So although goals and objectives may be similar, there's a significant overlap between the respective meaning and very important distinctions. Both goals and objectives can contribute to a long-term career, and it involves both learning new skills to meet your set target. Knowing the difference between these two terms and how they apply to you can help boost your career and your life. So let's take a look at basically what the differences are between the goal and objective, because sometimes people think they're the same, but they're not. So developing good goals and objectives. You want to, I'm sorry, I'm gonna slash this. Let me go back a little bit here. My slides are out of order. Oh, how awful. Well, let me just talk about it because I don't feel like my slide. I don't know what happened to that slide, but we'll leave it there. So let me tell you what is the difference between goals and objectives. Okay. The primary difference between a goal and objective is that the goal refers to the desired outcome, and an objective is a measurable milestone that refers to a specific action and accomplishment. That is why objectives are more measurable than goals. So, your goal might be financial security. So your objective might be to earn a salary. And you may review both your goals and objectives to see some similarities and implement ways to obtain each. Key differences also include measurability. Goals can be tangible. Let me go back. Goals can be intangible and unmanageable, while objectives are almost always quantifiable and measurable. You can reach an immeasurable goal, like being happy, through actions like buying your first house. Specificity, that's an objective, are more measurable, they're specific, and they can include steps to work through. Scope. A goal is often an endpoint that you like to reach and can vary in scope. Objectives are narrow, as they refer to measurable milestones and achievements. Little steps you're going to take. Goals are typically more important than objectives. An objective are necessary to achieve the goal. Language. The language used to describe these two concepts differ significantly and can help you identify each need. Usually, the language for a goal is inclusive, while objectives focus on specific people and their actions. So, I don't know what happened to my slides, y'all, but anyway, let me go on with this. So basically, a goal is a long-term vision, and the objective is the little step that or milestones that you take to get to that goal. All right, let's go on. This is slide 5. Let's do less. Developing good goals and objectives. So before I go to that, let me tell you what an objective is. I just told you what a goal was. So an objective is a target that actionable, measurable, and achievement. Your objectives likely require a much shorter time frame to achieve than goals, often being completed in under a year. An objective includes certain activities or actions which are necessary for completion. So, developing good goals and objectives. When you do that, you need to develop them together. You need to have your goal, and then you need to do your objectives. Write down those steps that you're going to use to get them. So you want to keep them separate now. You want to keep your goals and achievements separate. So once you reach your goal, then you're going to put your achievements over. You want to keep them separate. Keep your goals and your achievements separate. But your goals and objectives, you're going to develop them together. And by all means, y'all. Now I'm just going to give you some research here. Objectives can help reinforce and contribute to goals. So it's helpful to develop them alongside each other. That's what the research is saying for developing them together. So let me go ahead and let you see what it is saying for keeping your goals and achievements separate. Now, while goals and objectives complement each other, it is important to ensure that the difference between them is clear, especially about time frame and scope. So, for example, or for instance, it's usually better to change or amend your objectives to align with your goals, whereas the latter remains more stable and the guides more formal. So I am going to stop here, and I want to show you this commercial. Now, I am not savvy with this, y'all. So, but I do, these are my sponsor. These are the people who I am up under CTR Media Network, and I'm going to do a commercial.
CTR Media Network was created for today's podcasters. We provide a safe haven for content creators that are everyday people doing extraordinary things. We have a system
You
of
can hear it,
positioning,
but
monetization
I'm not
training,
sharing it.
coaching,
I
and
wanna
support for our podcasters' success. CTR Media Network simply bridges that gap with a level playing field for your dreams to come true cost effectively. Our team provides a premium service and experience for our podcasters to grow. CTR Media Network provides access, support, resources, coaching, and community for our podcasters to win if you put in the work. We believe that we are living in a unique time which requires you to share your message of hope with millions of people around the world. Remember that the world is never too saturated for you, your voice and message. A platform for positive, impactful media where the content creators are in the driver's seat. Visit our website today by going to www.ctrmedianetwork.com.
Well, did you like that? That's my first time. Well, oh my God, y'all, hold on, y'all. I messed up.
What up, family?
Wait a minute.
CTR Media Network.
Gotta go back in. But that is our music for the CTR Media Network. So
join the team. CTR is who we are. The media network, just the best possible. Whether it is to hit your home, your job, in your car. Come get the information that's needed to run far and everlasting. Motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you asking. Serious talks and topics, how to go up and profit, how to better yourself. Yeah, yo, yeah, we
Podcast on CTR Media Network. That's me. I'm so happy to be here.
all right. So that is our theme song for the CTR Media Network. I was going to show you that on another day, but it just slipped in there, so we got to see it. So I am going to go back to our goals and developing goals and good objectives. And I'm going to give you some strategies for achieving your goals. So these are your strategies. You want to plan, and plan some more. That's all. It's got to plan. Then you want to create discipline. You want to create some type of discipline. Let me look at my notes. So to be perfectly honest, none of us are strangers to goal setting. We all have goals. Whether we actually set these goals out on paper or keep them locked up in our mind. All of us have something that we're reaching for, but it's the art of goal setting and doing it the right way that separates the goal achievers from the goal wishers. So, goals, you hear me rattling paper because I got these notes here. Goals aren't just set on paper, are just wishes. It's the art of actually writing down or writing out that makes it kind of sizably different in our minds. It kind of sticks in our minds because we have written it down. You know, I don't know what it is. It's just something about when you write something down, it kind of sticks in. Simply put, goals can't take shape when they live solely in abstract. They have to be brought into the real world, being written out and planned. Goal setting then is a process of visualizing and planning the things we want to accomplish. Whether or not we follow through with our plans largely impacts the likeliness for achieving those goals. However, if you set them the right way, you certainly start off on the right foot. Come back over here. I think this is what I want to do. Wait a minute. Hold on. No. All right. So goals. What's the right way to set goals? Well, for starters, they have to be specific and measurable. You have to know precisely what you want, and you need to write it out. Don't just don't think about it or wish for it. Actually, write it out on a piece of paper. Goals that are measurable and quantifiable and lead toward ease of analysis and process. Let me give you an example. So, if you're aiming to buy your home, picking the exact purchase price is important. That allows you to know how much money you need to save to get you there. Instead of saying you want to own a mansion, state the size, neighborhood, and the real dollar value of the property you plan on buying. These details lead themselves to an increased likelihood for achieving your goals. Without them, they still live in the abstract. Once you get specific about your goals, you need to know when you'll achieve it. You need to add a real date with an exact date for when you'll accomplish it. Don't just say 2 years from now. Pick the exact date. This makes the goal more real when there's an actual calendar date that you set toward achieving it. Next, you need to come up with a strong enough meaning for achieving your goal. What does that goal mean to you? What does it symbolize? The meaning part of the equation is important because we'll do far more to achieve a goal that means a lot to us than we will for more superficial goals. Meaning comes first, answers come later. So goes the saying. Determine your meaning. They must be profound. If you're looking for the dream home, what does it mean to you? Profound reasons include things like security, family, contributions, freedom, and on and on. It's not about prestige or wealth and power. So when you think about the strategies for achieving your goal, you want to remember to plan, and plan some more. You want to create discipline. No goal can be achieved without discipline. Even if you write it down and set them the right way without discipline, following through becomes next to impossible. Create an atmosphere for goal achievement by instituting the right habit into your life that will foster discipline. To achieve discipline, you need order and organization in your life. When things are chaotic and you're losing your grip on things, it's far harder to stay focused on achieving your goals. But order and organization leads to discipline, which in turn leads to goal achievement. Now, we all know that this is easier said than done. Often our obligations can outpace our sanity. But for the person that can organize their chaotic life, discipline is just around the corner. And so also you want to lessen. It lessens distractions when you set your goal. It's because we all know that it's easy to get distracted in life, okay? And we have things that pull us in multiple directions. I mean, over here, over there, over there. But distractions lessens the likelihood of achieving goals. We need to lessen those distractions in our life so that we can remain focused. Now, I'm giving you these strategies, but they are not easy things to do because we can easily be distracted. Take a good look at where distractions are originating from in your life and work to eliminate the ones that stuck up all the time. This includes excessive socialization, channel surfing, social media, and any other time waster. You know, by removing the distractions, we lend more free time to pursue our goals rather than focusing on the things that don't matter as much. You likely know where much of our free time is going already and what distractions are eating away at your schedule. Do your best to eliminate these. You also want to create milestones. Milestones are helpful markers. So you want to say, by this date, I want to have done this, okay? It actually creates a measurable goal when you have milestones. It breaks up that long-term goal into equal parts. For example, lose 60 pounds within 1 year. That means you need to lose 5 pounds per month or 1.25 pounds per week. Those are measurable milestones. It helps us see the short-term accomplishments that we're making toward our long-term goal. And this one here, we all have to overcome procrastination. I apologize for that in, but I couldn't get it in there. I wanted all my font to be the same. So overcome procrastination. And we know we all do that. It's a silent killer. It affects everyone near and far. By letting procrastination overcome you, it results in slow and steady goal achievement depth. It's easy to allow our natural tendencies to put things off for later to become habitual. So we have to do what it takes to rid procrastination from our lives. We can't achieve lofty goals by procrastinating. If you have a tendency to procrastinate, then you need to implement some strategies for taking back control of your life. Start with a 15-minute rule. Set a timer on your phone and dedicate yourself to starting doing something for 15 minutes that you've been putting off. Now, I don't know if you all were listening when you came on because you might have heard my phone alarm go off. I said it all the time to give me reminders. I need those. Sometimes you need those reminders because I get distracted. I'm older now. And so I don't, I'm gonna blame it on the age, okay? But you know, I'm just gonna be honest. I get distracted, okay, and I can get distracted in my own house, and that's the truth. So when it's something that I really need to do, I will set my timer to give me a reminder, and it keeps me from kind of procrastinating. And I know you're asking me why 15 minutes, but it helps build momentum. It moves you in the direction that you're after by only promising a small commitment to yourself. But what you'll find is that after 15 minutes are up, you'll keep going. An object in motion tends to stay in motion. Give it a try. Then we have effective managing your time. Whew. Now, this is another one, y'all, that I decided I'm gonna I'm gonna blame this one on age too, because I feel now that the time gets away from me, and oh my God. Hello. I'm telling hello to people. I'm just not seeing my notices. Thank you for sharing. Oh, thank you. You're right. Plan. Thank you. So this is what I'm saying here is that effective manager time, because it gets away from me. You know, it just actually gets away from me. And so I use my timer for that too. But time management is a strategy that anyone can use to achieve their goals. In fact, this single strategy is implemented well enough, can help anyone achieve the most loftiest of goals. Find a good system for managing your time and implementing it. Time management helps us to avoid distractions while also utilizing the one resource that we all have in common, time. No one person in the world has more time than the other. Time is the great equalizer across the planet. How do you use your time? Do you spend it in the right way? Ensuring that you're allowing a good amount of time toward achieving your goals. Be honest and open with yourself while you are implementing the work that you need to do. Now, the next one is tackle your MITs first thing in the AM. And you might be, if you are, I'm not really savvy on the abbreviations, really and truly. And so, oh God. So when I see abbreviations, I always have to look them up. So that is your most important thing. MITs are your most important thing So, because you're fresh in the morning, you're fresh in the morning. And so you want to tackle your most important task in the morning. Those are things that you can do right now, today, to move you closer to your long-term goals. In time management, these are also called quadrant 2 activities, or the important things but not urgent tasks. Now, I'm going to quote an author, Mark Twain, called these our frogs, and is famous for saying this: if it's your job to eat a frog, it's best to do it the first thing in the morning. And if it's your job to eat 2 frogs, it's best to eat the biggest one first. So I don't know if you all know about the 80-20 rule. And so I'm going to try to explain it to the best of my ability. But you want to, in these strategies, you want to be able to leverage the 80-20 rule. So here we go. Let me tell you a little bit. Now, the 80-20 rule, also known as the Pareto principle, state that 80% of the results come from 20% of the effort. So in sales, this also means that 80% of the sales comes from 20% of the clients. It's your job to identify the 20% of your effort that are producing 80% of your results. Then amplify those efforts. I'm going to repeat that. The 80-20 rule, also known as the Pareto, principle, it states that 80% of the results comes from 20% of the client or the effort. So let's look at it in relationship to sales. This means that 80% of the sales comes from 20% of the client. It's your job to identify that 20% of your efforts that are producing 80%. And then you want to amplify. To identify your 80-20, you need to audit your activity related to your goals. What efforts are you putting in, and what outcomes are you receiving from those efforts? Well, the only way to ensure you to determine this properly is to consistently measure your results on a daily basis. This isn't a simple procedure, since we're such creatures of habit. But when you can find your 80-20, you can really take your results to the next level. And the last strategy is anticipate failure. Failure, I'm going to tell you right now, is common when trying to achieve goals. The biggest part about failure is that we often don't anticipate it. When we do fail, it's far harder to deal with. But when you anticipate failure, you can better cope with it and adjust your plan accordingly. The most successful people in the world have failed the most times, y'all. Even famous ones. And when you can anticipate failure, you can expect it and use them as stepping stones, not allowing them to deaden your spirit as you work to achieve those goals. Come up with some motivational strategies that will help you to overcome these failures and stay focused on your goals. But most importantly, don't give up. Stay persistent and determined, and you will eventually reach your goals. Now, I want to talk about how we would go about how to set goals and achieve them. So when you set a goal, you want to formulate your goal. And by formulate, I mean decide what you really want to achieve. And please, don't be concerned about what others want for you. Make your goals for yourself. Studies show that when your goals are personally meaningful, you're more likely to get ahead in life and achieve them. Now, this here, I believe, is the hardest part of the goal making and fulfilling process. What do you want? This answer is often a mixture of intrusive and extrusive motivation. Buzz phrases like stay true to yourself. Find goals that promote a balance in your life. Goals that make you happy and benefit your loved ones and others that depend on you. Consider asking yourself a question such as, what do I want to offer my family, community, and the world? Or, how do I want to grow? How do you want to grow? These questions can help you determine the direction to take. It's okay if your ideas are fairly broad at this point. You'll narrow them down next. So after you formulate your goals, then you want to prioritize. Okay? Which ones do you want to achieve first, second, third? You're not going to be able to work on every phase or every goal at the same time. Don't try. It's overwhelming. It can become overwhelming to you. Okay? Split your goals into 3 areas: first, second, and third. The first tier goals are the most important to you, and they may come more naturally. The second and the third tier goals are not as important. They may also be more limited or specific. 3, or the next one is to be set specific goals. Be specific about what you want, but also be realistic. Research shows that setting a specific goal makes you more likely to achieve it and can even make you feel happier in general. Ask yourself some questions about your goals. What do you need to do to achieve them? Who will need to assist me? When will each stage of my goal needs to be accomplished? And I'm doing this in relationship not just to a business, but life. Life. It's important that we have multiple stages of goals. When does each need to be accomplished? For example, if you're training for a marathon, you need to have an idea of how long each stage of training will take. And by all means, y'all, let's be realistic. We want to set concrete and realistic goals for us to attain. The next one is we want to write down our goals. Mine are listed on my paper. I didn't list them on here, but you want to write down your goals. Be detailed, be clear, and include your deadline. Writing them down tends to make them feel a little more real. Keep your list in place where you can do reference them frequently. I post mine on either the refrigerator, sometime on my mirror in the bathroom so I can see it. I need to see my goals. Make sure your goals are measurable. Keep your goal grounded in what you can achieve. Create a realistic schedule. And you want to identify possible obstacles. By all means, tell people about your goal. And find a community of like-minded people. Okay. Let's see what this. So getting started. So the first thing you want to do is you want to start working on your goals today. 2, you want to follow the plan of action. 3, you want to visualize achieving that goal. And 4, you want to keep a list. Ask for guidance. And then you want to launch it. Put plans into action. Handling the journey. You want to recognize the false hope syndrome. You want to view challenges as a learning experience. Acknowledge every victory. Stay passionate. Revise your goal if necessary. And this one here is so important. Persevere. They talk about that a lot in the Bible, to persevere. I can't remember what book it is. So these are 21 reasons why goal setting is important. And I'm just going to briefly go through them, and then I'm going to show you the video or the clip. And what the clip is, it is a summary of what I said tonight. But basically, I thought it was so beautiful and cute because when I show it to you, you will see why. So 21 reasons why goal setting is important. It creates a roadmap for success. Goals are the target toward which you point your life. Goals give you a starting point and a destination to reach. Written goals help you to see where you are going, what changes you need to make, and if you are progressing toward your prize. So to achieve your goals, you are going to have to make some type of sacrifice. You want to stay committed, and you want to overcome your challenges. You will find as you set goals that are on God's vision, the more you will grow and accomplish. Goals help you focus your attention on your purpose and makes it your dominant aspirations. When you have a definite target, it positions you for real success. A specific goal does not take you around in circles. It puts you on a direct course of action. Goal achievement requires a commitment, concentrated, and consistent working ethics to reach your dream of reality. The process of writing your goals helps you clarify what you desire to do. Understand the importance of pursuing them and commitment. Commit yourself to making them happen. Goals have value only if they help you develop and improve yourself to make them happen. When you measure your goals process, stay on track. You see your target dates and experience the excitement of achieving that will propel you to reach your goal. The secret to achieving your goal is just to get started. When you set actionable goals, make sure they're in agreement with your overall vision. A goal worth pursuing is not something that anyone can easily talk you out of achieving. Defining your goal in writing impresses them on your heart and your mind. Goals I reach one step at a time. And when you commit to yourself, to your vision, and expressing an achievable goal, you provide yourself with the motivation where where an anticipation of getting there. Goals help you to determine priorities and direct you to focus on what's important. And I could not leave this one out at all, because setting goals, because most people don't do this. You know, you set goals like I'm going to get a house or something like that. But you need to set goals in the 7 areas of life: spiritual, physical, financial, relational, social, professional, mental, and mental. It empowers you to live your vision with power. So now I am going to take this time to show you the last clip that I want to show you. I have to share my screen. Bear with me, because like I told you, I am not savvy with this. I've been experimenting. And so here we go. I think this is what I want. Yes. Let's see if it shows.
So, you have a goal. You want to achieve something? You have big dreams you want to accomplish. That's great. But here's the bad news. Did you know that 92% of people never achieve their goal? Perhaps most people never learn to set goals the right way in the first place. Well, you're in luck, because today I'm here to help you do just that. I'm Aspen, this is Rocket Kids, and let's get this started. So, you have a goal. That's awesome. So, go out there and start working hard on achieving that goal. In theory, that sounds good. But in reality, that doesn't always work out so well. There's a reason most successful people begin with a plan. You can't just build a house without a plan. You can't just build a successful business without a plan. And you certainly can't achieve a goal without a plan. Before I give you 4 proven steps to ensure that you reach that goal, I must say that learning to set a plan for your goals can help as you grow from a little you to a big you. Goal setting is a skill, and it's something we must learn. It teaches us to take responsibility for our behaviors. It promotes a can-do attitude, and it forms a powerful lifelong habit of achieving the things we want. Sounds pretty good, right? Now that we have that out of the way, here are 4 proven steps you can take to reach your goals. Number 1, choose your big goal. What is that one thing you want to achieve? If you knew you wouldn't fail, what would you set your sights on? Think big. This is your goal. This is your vision. You have to know where you're going. So choose your big goal. Number 2, what's the purpose of that goal? I think a better way of saying this is, why do you want to achieve this goal? How can it help others? How can it help you? If you don't have a true reason for why you want to do something, then what's the point of even doing it? This is no different when it comes to our goals. If there is no real purpose for wanting to achieve it, it most likely will never happen. Have a purpose, and when you get stuck, come back to your purpose. Number 3, break it down into smaller steps. Use a goal ladder. At the top of the ladder is the big goal, and each rung on the ladder are the smaller steps required to get to the top. One step leads to the next, and when we have smaller steps along the way, it's much easier to measure our progress. Make these steps very specific, and use the 3 W's to help define each step. Who can help? What do I need to do? And when do I need to do it? Small steps are the key to reaching your goal. Number 4, what are the obstacles? Here's what most people never think about. And when it gets hard or they can't see reaching that next step, they give up. But we need to plan for the obstacles. We need to plan for the hard stuff. What can stand in your way of achieving your big goal? And when that happens, what are you going to do about it? What negative thoughts might you have along the way? How can you use positive self-talk to overcome these obstacles? What about perseverance and grit? Do you have what it takes? Do you want it bad enough? Think about the obstacles that can stand in your way and how you can overcome them. Here's a bonus tip. Write it down and monitor your progress. By writing it down, you are 42% more likely to achieve your goals. And by monitoring where you are, you can see what you are doing right, which encourages you to continue on your track. By seeing where you can improve, you can make adjustments and continue towards reaching your goal. Reaching our goals is never easy. It takes a lot of hard work, and we have to take massive action. But always take a look at that ladder and see how far you've come. Congratulate and reward yourself along the way. And just think about how it will feel when you finally do reach that goal. What is your big goal? Let us know by commenting on.
Well, what did you think about that? Now, that was Aspen, but I think Aspen said it in the best way. She summarized it really well. And I chose Aspen because she's a child. And children need to set goals as well. So don't think that this is an adult thing. It's something that needs to be started at an early age of setting goals. You might not give them all the terminology that, they would learn more as they go along, but there's nothing wrong with that. And I think that she gave a beautiful summary of all of the stuff that I was trying to say. She said it all in just like that. But I wanted to show that because I wanted you to know we can all learn, and we can all learn from children as well. So never count them out, because the same things that I was telling you, she was telling you as well. So I hope you enjoyed this. This is the Anna L. Brothers Show and Podcast, Sweet Blessings. We believe in giving 110% to help people live a life with vision and purpose. By setting goals and objectives, we're inspiring, encouraging, and empowering people to live a healthier lifestyle. So I want to thank you this evening for joining me. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me. I provided my email, as well as you can contact me there, as well as with the www.ctrmedianetwork.com. So with that being said, I am going to bid you adieu. I will be on just a few. I'm going to end this broadcast, and you all have a great and blessed rest of your evening. And thank you for watching.
Hello. I just love that intro music. Like every time I hear it, I want to just kind of jam a little bit. And I have no rhythm. So it's funny that I would even make the attempt to move. But my name is Tiffany Bell, and I am here to welcome you to the CEO Corner. As always, we are bringing to you all some really interesting people, female CEOs from all around the world are doing really great things to make a difference, not only in their little corner of the world, but are looking to really help people all out. So with that, I want to make sure that, we do what we always do, which is introduce one of our book projects. And so we have Affirmations for a Woman on the Move. It's 39 women that have come together with their favorite power statement, their favorite scripture, their favorite business quote, their favorite affirmation, of which they have personally used. They have all had an experience where they've had to, go through some challenges and really dig down deep refocus their mind, do some self-reflection, and then put a plan together so they can keep moving forward. Hence, affirmations of a woman on the move. All right, so it's 39 women here again. It's 76 days worth of power-packed affirmations that can really help you not only get motivated, but to keep you moving so that you are able to reach your goals. You want to make sure you pick a copy of this up. Actually, we have 2 affirmation journals, but the one that affirmations for a woman on the move, you want to go to uncommoncourage.cc /affirm women. Again, uncommoncourage.cc affirm women. Our guest today, whenever you go to that page, you'll be able to see her beautiful face and get to know a little bit more about her. But for the time being, let me take a second out and introduce her. You're going to enjoy our talk. All righty. So up for today, we have Nicole Freeman Kirkland. She is a certified public accountant who's worked in the accounting and tax profession for over 23 years. She currently operates her CPA practice by the numbers, spelled with a Z, in her coaching business, which is called the Profitista. Hopefully I'm saying that right. The Profitista, right? She also serves as CFO for 2 nonprofit organizations. Her passion and purpose is to work with business owners to make their businesses profitable, sustain growth, operate efficiently, and achieve bankable results. Now, who doesn't want bankable results? So welcome to the show today, Nicole Freeman Kirkland.
Thank you. Thank you. Great to be here.
All right. We are excited to have you. So excited to have you. You know, we all love money, you know, but we don't all know how to manage it well. But when it comes to running a business, it is key that you know that, you know, where your money's coming from, you know, where it's going out, and then everything that happens in between the in and the out of your funds. And so that is your lane. But before we get into that, I would like for you to tell our audience just a little bit about Nicole. Like, 1, where are you located? 2, you know, what do you do? What does life look like when you are not crunching numbers, when you're not coaching people, you know, with their business finances?
Okay. I am located in Detroit, Michigan. So yes, I'm in Detroit, Michigan.
Oh, it's cold there, if I'm not mistaken.
It's cold here. Like 20 degrees cold here, yes. So in my pastime, let's see, because it's tax season, I don't even know what free time looks like.
Yeah, you're right about that. That's true.
But I like to roller skate. I like to read books, especially affirmation. What else do I like to do? I don't know, sit and watch a movie, just have quiet time, because I'm always moving. You know how we tend to just like to have that moment of quiet. That's our time. So yeah, that's
I must admit, I do enjoy letting my mind like free float whenever I need to de-stress. I need to have some noise on in the background, and you know, even my mind will float with ease, even at the sound of a lawnmower. Certain noises just kind of soothe me, and so whenever I need to de-stress, you know, I could just, whether it's a TV or radio, I just need noise. Noise helps me to relax. And I think that sounds a little odd, but that is one of the quirky things about Tiffany Bell. All right. So tell us, how did you get into the financial arena? What made you decide you want to become a financial coach?
Well, so the background of it starts with being an accountant. So when I was in high school, you know how you have that class where they present to you all these careers, and this beautiful Black woman stood up, and she just looked amazing to me. And her job was a CPA, and she explained what she did. And at that moment, I became an accountant. I started doing taxes for my friends in school, messing them up, but I was doing the taxes, so I was an accountant. So, you know, with that, going to college for it and all that, getting into the CPA realm, working in public accounting, I just had a desire to help small business owners. And so that kind of shifted me into doing my practice, working with small business owners and their accounting and tax needs, and then shifting to more the business owner, helping them understand their business. And that's where the coaching comes in, because they're great at what they do. You know, they choose this industry to go into for their business, and they're great at it. But the other side of it is understanding your books, understanding your financials, so that you can grow the business. And that's where a lot of businesses suffer.
Okay, cool. So that leads straight into my next question. You know, what do you find are common errors that for-profit industries? I know that you also serve with nonprofits. I want to focus on the for-profit entities first, and then I want to hear just a little bit as well as nonprofits. So what do you find are common errors or concerns that the individuals have that you work with?
So the common factor is, one, they don't have financial statements. You know, they're running their business, they're seeing their tax preparer at the end of the year, and they're compiling all their receipts at that time, and that's it. So they don't know how the business is performing. They don't know what their costs are, if they're exceeding their costs. They don't know, you know, what the financial statements are really saying about their business, because financial statements will tell you from A to Z what things need to change for your business if you understand them. And they're not complex. It's just a matter of sitting with someone and getting an understanding. So I find that that is the most challenging, because when it's time to go for a lender, or, you know, to seek an investor, you know, they don't know how to present their financials or how to explain how their business is doing. So that's what I find is the most significant error.
I would imagine that last year, well, 2020, when the pandemic first rolled out, you know, and even now there's still, you know, opportunities for small business owners to apply for, you know, different funding sources that, you know, the SBA and different things are offering. You know, I'm assuming that business for you probably definitely spiked in regard to helping them to prep and get ready for that.
That's a funny story with that. My whole tax season had to shut down for a month, because I had so many people needing financials for PPP, SBA, EIDL loans here. And it consumed me. I just had to stop doing taxes for a minute and prepare that. So yes, definitely a spike.
Okay. Wow. And so nonprofit wise, what do you find that your nonprofits are having issues with, or, you know, the commonalities between them? You know, what are their, when it comes, you know, of course, with nonprofits, you know, they have a bit what I consider to be more stringent rules and regulations that they need to have in regard to their annual reporting, not just to the IRS, but, you know, their Secretary of State. So kind of talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, the number one thing I run into with nonprofits is this belief that nonprofits can't be profitable. The word I should use, the word is have positive net assets. How about that? But that is a misconception, because at the end of the day, the nonprofits, more so than for-profit, need dollars to keep the organization going. So helping CEOs understand that concept is not correct, and focusing more so on ways that they can go outside of the grant portion of funding and look at program income. What can we do? You know, what other services can you provide? Just to kind of change the unrestricted to the restricted, you know what I mean? Because when you're get funding, it's kind of restricted to what that purpose is versus having other sources of income. So that's the hardest thing that I find working with CEOs, getting them to have that understanding.
So if a nonprofit decided that they wanted to create a product as a way to fundraise, like talk to them just a little bit about some of the things that they need to be mindful of as far as having income that at this point is taxable. Kind of talk a little bit around that.
Well, keep in mind that if it falls in line with the mission, okay, that is the key. If it falls in line with the mission, it does not have to be taxable. Okay. It's only if, and I like to give the example of a church that has, a home next to it that they rent out for people. Okay. That home would be considered outside of their mission, and that would be considered taxable income. Okay. But if they have a hall inside the church, right, that they use for weddings, I mean, they're a church, that's part of the ministry, right? So you just have to figure out what's going to be taxable and what's not going to be not taxable. And even if it is taxable, the rate that's applied to charitable organizations is not quote unquote like a corporate organization. You know what I mean? So just sitting with an accountant and kind of, planning out strategically what that would look like, they'd be very surprised and not fearful of having that additional income.
Gotcha. I love that. So whenever you sit down with some of your coaching clients, like where do you guys normally start at? What's your process in regard to helping them to kind of look to see where they're at and how they're performing? Kind of talk a little bit around that for me.
Yeah, so there's two levels. So there's the level of just starting out, okay? That's the level of, I have no idea what I'm doing, help me get my books together. So at that point, I'm setting up the accounting system for them. And I kind of like that point because it's the basis, it's the foundation, and from there, we're just going up, right?
There's no cleanup.
There's right.
They're not having to clean up. That part within itself would drive you crazy.
Yes. And so the second level is that nonprofit that's been in business 2 to 5 years or so, and they have accounting system set up, but it's not working. So I'm coming in, I'm saying, where are we now? What does your system look like now? And where do we need to go? Right. And that process takes about 6 months, right, for us to kind of turn things around and see those guaranteed results that I promise. So that's how that works.
Okay. And so is that the same regardless of whether or not they are for-profit or nonprofit?
Yeah. It's, for-profit, nonprofit, not too much different accounting wise. They're different financial reporting wise, but not too much accounting wise.
Okay, so, actually that was something I wanted to ask you a little earlier on, just because, again, never know who's out there listening. What are the major differences between a for-profit and a nonprofit when it comes to finances? Just for the, for the general person who just doesn't have a clue. Like, when they think nonprofit, they probably just think, free services, but, financially, what does that really mean?
Okay. So for the for-profit, it's capitalistic. So whatever services you want to provide, whatever products you want to provide, is free will. You can just kind of do what you want to do, and that income coming in has no restrictions whatsoever. The expenses that you incur, with business, corporate, anything business related is pretty much deductible. Okay. So the goal of a for-profit is to, for tax purposes, not have to pay so much tax. For financial purposes, for financial reporting, they want to show nice profits. Okay. On the nonprofit side, the income is a little bit different. Like, it's going to be more grant-based, it's going to be more foundation-based, and it's going to have restrictions on what you can spend it on. So they have to be mindful of how they're spending the money versus just, free willing it, doing what they need to do. And at the end, they're not so much interested in a profit in terms of taxes because there's no tax consequence to the owner. It's, tax-free. So just a little different in how things are considered for financial reporting and tax purposes, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Brief, short.
Oh yeah, that's brief and short, but it's to the point, which I definitely like. Nonprofit wise, for people who are not aware, the profits from a nonprofit are essentially just put right back into the organization itself towards its program services. The money really goes to help the community or to help to solve a problem. And the for-profit people, for the most part, the profits at the end, the goal is to pocket as much as possible as the owner, as the investor. They're able to, they're able to stuff their pockets at the end of their profits for the end of the year. So again, that's just for individuals who are not aware. One more question I want to pose to you, Nicole. And then we're gonna transition out of the particulars here. But for individuals that own a for-profit business, right? Could you talk to them a little bit about the advantages, or there's advantages, but then also talk to them a little bit about some of the precautions of adding a nonprofit leg to their for-profit industry?
Okay, that's I don't want to say that's fairly new, but more for-profit entities are bringing that on. Okay, so the thing to think about with that is just definitely segregation of the two. Okay, the IRS, or pretty much anybody involved, is going to be very concerned about commingling of funds between the two. All right, so when you set them up, you want to have very I'm looking at my hands because I'm trying to draw a picture for myself, but very strict
You're fine.
Guidelines on how you're going to operate. And if you're sharing resources, if you're sharing rental space, if you're sharing staff, you just want to be very mindful and having a system set up that strictly divides the two. Because if you're ever questioned IRS wise or, funding source wise, you want to be able to strictly show that those are two very separate things. And I think that's the biggest highlight of the two, just realize that they're separate. Okay.
And so what would the advantage to that for-profit, it's a for-profit industry, what would be the advantage to them to actually, to even add the nonprofit?
Well, so the advantage from the mindset of this nonprofit leg it's tax exempt, right? So the activities that flow through there, the mission of that, they don't have to worry about that additional tax bill, and they can still do whatever that mission or purpose is for the organization. Whereas on the profit side, you have to be mindful of that. If you're a corporation, especially that 21% of profit is going to be taxable. So the benefit of it is just kind of spreading your business, your mission, or whatever you are involved in doing over to this nonprofit side that releases taxable consequences. If that makes sense. And you're doing something great for the community, whatever that mission is, and promoting your brand, your name, in a different way.
Yep. And the first thing that comes to mind, this is not an and, but this is just kind of backing up what I feel like you said, for those that have a for-profit business, if there are people who come to your organization that would like to be serviced, however they're, challenged financially, technically those are people that you could send through your nonprofit, and be able to take, to provide service to them without necessarily charging. It's kind of dependent on how that nonprofit is set up, but that's it gives you an opportunity to do some charitable work, like you mentioned before, but still not necessarily be, but they'll still take advantage of some of the tax opportunities there. So all of that, definitely is great. So what I want to do now, though, we've talked a lot about numbers, and our audience can definitely see that you know what you're talking about. So for those of you who are out there that want a financial coach, you want to make sure that you connect with her, and we'll talk to you a little bit about that at the end. But really, what I want to transition is back to our affirmation book, right? And so with this, you contributed, I believe, 5 different affirmations, right? And so I want to give you an opportunity to share one of your affirmations, and then I would like for you not only to share what it is, but then, kind of talk to the audience, or talk to the woman or the lady out there that's listening, and explain to her how that affirmation can be applied to her personally. Even talk, about your own stuff and how that affirmation has made a difference in your own mindset, specifically where finances are concerned, because that's your lane, right? And then we're going to transition into giving them an opportunity to purchase a journal directly from you, as well as to work with you as a financial coach. So, take a few minutes. The floor is yours.
No, thank you. Okay, so my affirmation is, I respect money, therefore I attract it. And I chose this because, as we know, whatever your passion is, whatever your field of study is, whatever you desire to do business-wise, tends to be where your challenge is in life, okay, at some point. And so for me, this was something that I had to learn very quickly because of a situation I was in. But this affirmation really helped me transfer my life, if you will. I was at a point where I really wasn't respecting money. When I say respect money, I'm speaking from the standpoint of honoring it, understanding where it comes from, understanding where it needs to go, but more so where I wanted it to go, okay? The amount of money I wanted to make in my practice, the amount of money it took me to plan my future, make sure my daughter was okay if something happened to me or my family in general. And just looking at all those aspects and putting it into a box of understanding. And then when I say respect it, that means that I'm paying attention to it. I'm doing those principles that are in place to help me attain it. And so that's what I mean by I respect money, therefore I attract it. Because what I found was when I put all these things into place, the money began to come, the clients began to come, the opportunities began to open up for me. And then it had to become, that understanding and that discipline to do what I set out to do with the money now that is coming. So that's where the respect of money comes from. I also looked into 3 different areas that allowed me to show that respect toward money. The first was purpose, understanding what you're called to do, why you want to do it, and your why, because that's going to be very essential as you build whatever that business is or whatever that goal is financially. understanding your why, because there are going to be times where you're not going to want to do it. There's going to be times where you don't feel like it's working. So your why has to kick in. And then protection, protecting your assets, protecting your business. Do you have a trademark? Are you protecting your brand? And even just small things in terms of life insurance. Do you have life insurance in case something happens to you? Do you have someone to speak for you regarding your healthcare matters, your financial matters, if something happened to you? So just making sure that things are in place to protect what you've built. Okay. And then the last one is profits. And I put profits because when you're in business and you have your business entity set up, you don't always understand what that means or how that affects your business tax-wise and accounting-wise. So just getting an understanding of your actual business entity, the pros and cons and how to make it work for you. And then understanding your business overall, how to make profits in your business. Why aren't you seeing profits? And if you are seeing profits, how to keep going to continue to see those profits. And when I say profits, I don't mean the bottom line in your account, on your financials. I mean the bottom line in your bank that's bankable for you to, take your income from, to live off of, to do those things that you plan to do. So those are the three areas: purpose, protection, and profits. And that's what I kind of focus on in my financial coaching. And that is pretty much where that affirmation came from. I respect money, therefore I attract it.
Love it, love it, love it. I laughed earlier before we actually came on to begin to record. She and I were talking about not being one, like neither one of us have a lot of words. We're bottom line people. So to be perfectly honest with you, it's a stretch for me, as I'm listening, it's kind of coming up whatever the questions that I think the audience, like you guys might want to hear, mind you, but it was really great, Nicole. Like, when you get into your zone, and you have no problem. So, finances is your thing, and I can hear it and I can feel it. And so I just wanted to give you a high five from, Gulfport, Mississippi, there to Detroit, Michigan, because that was a job well done. So thank you. And I mean, honestly, very great points in regard to the respecting of money. And then of course, knowing your purpose, the protection that comes behind it, sticking to your why. Those are all very valuable points. Truth, to be perfectly honest with you, that's all what she's doing is just laying the truth out. When we live by truth, that we will reap the rewards of of living by truth. And so thank you again for sharing that. Now, if one of our audience members would like to have the opportunity to be able to talk to you, to be able to work with you, how would they connect?
Sure. So my website is www. Gotta look down.
That's okay. Feel free. It's on the screen for you, actually.
Great. Yep. So theprofitista.com.
Okay. All right. So theprofitista.com. We also laughed a little earlier. I'm telling you, I'll let the name up in a heartbeat. I don't listen to, but
Yeah. It took me a minute. It took me a minute to get used to it too.
So tell me, where did the name come from?
Crazy story, right? So I knew I wanted to birth this financial coaching, and I knew I needed a name that would capture what I do, what my focus would be, you know what I mean? And you know how hard that can be to come up. So I'm driving down to Florida with my husband in the car. We just driving. And I just thought about it like my goal is for businesses to be profitable, right? And then it was just like, oh, Profitista. And then I just...
Yeah, I love it. It reminds me of, what's that? What do you call the girls that, it's not a girl, but, a barista? Coffee.
Yeah.
Yes. You serving the coffee. They're serving the coffee, but you're serving the education as it pertains to being able to, just have healthy finances. And so again, this has been really good. So we do have a couple more minutes. Is there anything coming up that you'd like to be able to share with our audience as far as your platform is concerned?
Sure. So I am creating I don't want to call it a masterclass, if you will, for business owners that I'm going to take from A to Z, like accounting 101. Okay. I'm going to break it all down. You're going to have access to me, ask tons of questions. And I'm looking to release that in the fall after tax season. So if they go to the website, there's an area where they can sign up to get information when it's ready to launch. And I'm excited about it. I'm hoping to get 200.
Okay. All right. I would love to be able to help you promote that. So just make sure that we connect before once you get to the part where you're actually getting ready to launch. I'd love for actually you can come back on and we can talk a little bit more about it as a way to getting people, for them to know and be able to connect with you. And as far as, so for that masterclass, is that for profit and nonprofit, or primarily for profit individuals, businesses?
It will work for both. It will work for both.
Okay, very good. All right. So social media wise, are you on social media?
Yes, I am on Facebook and Instagram. So you call it IG.
Okay. All righty. So there's her profile. If you guys want to connect with Nicole, feel free to. And again, Nicole, this has been wonderful. I thoroughly enjoyed getting to know you. I wish you the best of luck in regard to your masterclass in the fall. And, may the Lord bless you and keep you to survive tax season. I know we're, you're what, maybe halfway through. You got to go through at least, what is it, May? When the things kind of where taxes are concerned begin to wind down to where you're just dealing with the regular maintenance.
The deadline is April 18th, but I usually have a bunch that extend and then they want to get right on it in May. So it's not stop, but it's okay. It's what I do. So
Gotcha. All righty. So again, if you all want to connect with Nicole on social media, she is the Prophetista. Feel free to connect with her there or there on her website, which is on the screen again. It's www.theprophetista.com. Hopefully I didn't slaughter it that time around. All right. So again, thank you guys for tuning in. It's been wonderful again to hear and to learn more about Nicole. I will see you all next week. Again, the CEO Corner is all about encouraging. Oh, you know what? I was about to close out without telling them one more time to connect with you for a copy of the journal. Sure. We cannot do that. So again, you want to go to, so is it on your website as well?
It's on the
all right. Let's put Nicole's website on the screen. You guys can buy this directly from theprophetista.com. And then you can go there to purchase a copy of it. Again, it's 76 days of affirmations, dealing with all subjects. Some deal with just having a healthy mind in regards to dealing with fear. Some deal with finances, as Nicole has presented today. Look, we got to her 20. But basically, if you are a woman who is definitely determined that this year you are going to stay focused and you're going to not only adapt a new mindset, but you're going to work and do everything that you can in order to stick with it, then our affirmations for a woman on the move affirmation journal is going to be the thing for you. So again, thank you again, Nicole, for joining me today. And I will see you guys next week. Y'all take care.
What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are. The media network, that's the best by far. Whether you're listening at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above par. Never lasting, motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself, your health and shit. We got it, reaching 350 million. They tuning in. We in 50 different countries. We all can. And like minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network. Start the show.
Hello, everybody. I am Dr. Tina J. Ramsey, the host of the Tina Ramsey Show and Podcast. And I want to personally invite you to be a featured guest on our show. Our show is all about motivating you, sharing knowledge, having uplifting conversations centered around business, wellness, education, and life. We introduce you to some of the most amazing standout entrepreneurs and influencers that are truly making a positive impact in the world. It is your time to shine, and we are helping you do that. So what I want you to do is just click the link in the description below so that you can be a featured guest on our show. Because guess what? It's time for you to come share, shine, and grow, but on the Tina Ramsey Show. Next on the Tina Ramsey Show and podcast, we have our special featured guest, Camilla Walls. She is a licensed independent long-term care administrator here in South Carolina and an author. Make sure to tune in this Tuesday at 7:30 p.m. EST. It's time for you to come share, shine, and grow on the Tina Ramsey Show. We want to give a shout out to our CTR Media Network sponsor, Terry Coleman from GlobalKeyCapital.com. Global Key Capital is a lender specialized in customized financing solutions. They pride themselves in being one of the industry's most reliable and proven lending groups. At Global Key Capital, their customers are their number one priority, and they strive to provide all of their clients with competitive pricing, unbeatable customer service, and stress-free processing. If you are looking for your next dream home or investment property, give Terry Coleman a call at 866-325-6267. Again, that number is 866-325-6267. GlobalKeyCapital.com. CTR Media Network is a new standard of podcasting and media that live streams 30-plus podcasters. We reach 350 million global listeners worldwide in over 50 countries across all major podcasting and social media platforms and have featured over 1,000 guests. If you would like to be a part of CTR Media Network, go to ctrmedianetwork.com. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Tina Ramsey Show and podcast. I am so excited to have today's guest backstage, Miss Camilla Walls, because let me tell you, she is talking about a subject that's near and dear to my heart, and also the ones that falls into the special needs, but I prefer the term learning differences category because I feel personally they simply just learn differently. And she has so much experience. She is like a licensed independent long-term care administrator here in the state of South Carolina. She is also a direct support caregiver with over 30 years of experience in the human services arena. The last 20 years mainly focused on intellectually deficient, if I should say it correctly. What I really love is how she was able to take a situation and just mold it into a caterpillar and then it birthed into a butterfly. So with that being said, let me just bring her on to the stage. Hello, Camilla. Welcome to the show.
Hello, Dr. Ramsey. Thank you for having me.
Oh, no problem. I am just, when I think about what you do, I always say it takes a special kind of person to do what you do, a certain amount of care and nurture that God put in the heart of certain people to be able to do this kind of work. And so when I think about your book, because we're going to just jump right into this, because when you think about your book, and I'm going to pop the title up on the screen, you said, "Don't call him retarded. I care for him over 20 years. Now, when I first saw that title, I was like, whoa, that title just like drew me in. And I was wondering what made you decide to not only write a book, but also make it that title?
Well, I decided to make it that title for one because I knew it would draw people's attention to it. And in combination with that, I'm talking about my personal experience with the individuals I work with. Just over the years, you stated it at the beginning of the conversation, he just learns differently. He is very smart, and it takes time. He uses, in my opinion, some of his limitations as a mechanism of defense. But once he starts to trust you, you start to see exactly how smart he is. And so all of that, contributed to the title. Don't call him retarded. He's not retarded. I care for him. So I know. So it's filled with memories of him and I within my household. And in conjunction with that, because of things I've experienced over the years, meaning people would approach me, doctors would ask me, is he related to you? Certain things. And once they find out that he's not, it goes from that to something else. And people show interest and they want to know how they can get involved. And so I know that I'm very aware that the system is indeed overwhelmingly, if I'm saying it right, overwhelmingly in need of the help. So I was going through life writing numbers on the back of cards, ripping off pieces of paper, just depending on where I'm at while they're talking to me. It could be anywhere, shopping center, bank, the park, like I said, the doctor's office. And so I thought about it. It's kind of hard to do that. I don't know whether they're going to keep that piece of paper when they walk away from me or they're going to be looking for it. So I said, okay, I'm going to put it in writing. So the book itself is a combination of, yes, memoirs of me and my experience in working with the intellectually disabled, but it's more than that. It strikes to the business side. So if you're an individual that's trying to look at how to get into this to help, you can get that from this read. You can.
That's powerful that you pretty much created a blueprint for those who actually, I could see it having a twofold for parents or family members or ones that that has a child or adult that is intellectually, which they would say disabled. I like to just say think differently. And then also if you are an individual who would like to go into this field of work and to be able to help these children and young adults or grown adults, that we will have a blueprint per se with your book, because you're right. When you go into these different facilities, being a mother of a child with special needs, I really don't like that term. I prefer the term learning differences, but of course, terminology, when you're in certain rooms, you have to say it the way that is classified in order to get the help that you need for your children or adults, if you fall into that category. With that being said, I know how difficult it is and the numbers that you find, and you forget little bits and pieces. So the fact that you took the time to put it in a book, because we're less likely to lose a book, but we will lose a piece of paper.
Yeah. I want to add something to the previous statement. Now, although the book is focused on, I'm going to state it again, it's someone reads like a memoir. It is, but it also has the business side of it merged in there to give an individual, like I stated earlier, some knowledge as to how to get started or which way to look, depending on where you're at and what's, the state, but it's in there to benefit those that feel that there's a calling for them in this arena. At the same time, outside of that audience, it also helps it can assist you in realization of the business world itself. Because in this book, I speak of whatever you do it in an ethical manner. Try to, have a character and morals concerning your service to God or the children. So that can help you if you give it some thought in any sector of business when you're serving people. You have to be intentional. So even if you have a restaurant, when you do business with these people that come in, if you want longevity, if you do business right, that will sustain you because it's going to get out that this individual has good character. I like dealing with them. And that's going to sustain you in itself. So it's focusing on, people with different ways of learning, as well as how to get into that branch if you're interested, as well as at least food for thought in just living everyday life.
I love that. How that is a unique way to do a memoir because usually it's just, reiterating what happened in your life from your perspective, but also you pull the business side to it so it can help in more than one way. I really love the way that you decide to do that. So what we're going to do right now is take a commercial break from our sponsors, and we will be back in a moment with the amazing Camilla Wall. See you in a moment. Welcome to the Homeschooling Magazine, a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today by going to issues.com for digital and printed form on Amazon.com. The Homeschooling Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy today.
Yo, right now I want to give a huge shout out to Tina Ramsey and the Tina Ramsey Show. I was a guest on her show about 3 months ago, and the response was outstanding. And she continued to support my brand, continued to support everything that I do as an actor, as a singer, and as an author. My book sales have skyrocketed since I did her show. So I just wanted to give a shout out and a huge thank you to Tina Ramsey. And remember to hit Amazon and type in "this week" and get the book by Mac Wells that will inspire you, that will encourage you to have the best weeks of your life. Tina Ramsey, you're the truth.
And just like that, we're back, and I come along with a friend. Her name is Camilla Wall. And before the commercial break, we was actually discussing the cognitive limitations and just speaking around why you decided to write this memoir, why you decided to make the title as such, and the question. So I heard you say, this book was also created because people had a lot of questions because you were taking care of individual who is not your child, who is not your family member. And so they was very curious about your why. So let's talk about a little bit about that.
About my why?
Yes.
Okay. Well, to be honest with you, since it started so long ago, since it's been going on so long, in the beginning, my why was because I was home and I had 2 young children and I had the availability. So as in the beginning, it was a request for like 7 days or something like that. And it went on from there. Now, I never thought about, well, maybe it was not very smart of me. I never thought about it. How long is this going to go on? It just did. Time just kept moving. So it was basically because I felt like, okay, I can do this. I have the time to do it. He needs a home. And so that's pretty much, to be honest with you, when I look back now, I know that the God factor was involved, but I'm going to tell you, originally, that was not my thought. It was just, okay, I'm going to do this because they, said he's a good guy and I'm going to give it a try. However, as I look back, I know now that it had to be God. It had to be.
I would say that as well, for the simple fact that the longevity of it all. Now we're speaking not 1 year, 5 years, 7 years. We're talking 20 years of you providing the nurture, the care, your family and yourself, and actually opening your home to an individual with challenges, but you decided to look differently at the challenge. And you say, hold up, this person is very, very intelligent. You just have to figure out the way of communication. So what made you start digging deeper? Because here you are, I know personally from having experience, get this paper and you say, can you take this child or these children, right? And you can read the write-up. And so when you get the child or children or young adult, you're like, okay, what I'm going to do now, you get how many days and then it lasts longer. What made you decide to look past the paper and start seeing this person as an individual and start learning different things to help them grow? Because I'm sure that as you was going out and about and around, people noticed that this person was different. So what made that come about?
Okay, I can give you a very specific situation that occurred because originally, I think I said somewhere during our conversation that I believed, and I do believe now, that he still uses some of his cognitive limitations as a mechanism of defense. And once he begins to realize he can trust you, then those come down. So in the beginning, there were some things, I'm not going to go through every little detail, but I had a very small child at the time that wasn't even walking when me and my husband decided to step into this water. And well, when my son started to try and walk, it was just one episode. I saw him one day, my son, fall. He fell in the hallway. And I saw the individual that I work with bend over and pick him up, put him back on his feet, and walk around him. Because when my son fell, he fell in front of him. Now, the individual that I work with is legally blind. And I felt as though when I saw it, if you had been looking, and my mouth was probably open, if he had seen me standing there, I don't think he would have done that. It was only because he didn't know that I was standing there in the location that I was in. And when my son fell, he picked him up, put him back on his feet, and he walked around him and went on wherever he was going at the time. So that's when my light bulb came on. At the time, I was like, okay, it's more to him than I recognize. We're going to see how this works. And so we went forward. I still never considered all the time that has gone on, And I do know now, I recognize now, but not at the time. I wasn't going, okay, this is I wasn't doing that. But now I'm looking back and say, it had to be the father. It had to be. And so a lot of that is in the read as well.
Just seeing those small little moments of non-communication. I remember my son, he has autism. And he did not start talking until he was like 3.5, 4 years old. Okay. Mute until then. And I remember the first time he said something, it was like, whoa, And so, and then just watching, even though my son was nonverbal for the most, during his toddler stage, he still communicated with us in different ways through eye gestures. We taught him some sign language so he can tell us when he was ready to eat, when he wanted to go potty. And the way that he showed care. Like he have an older sister, but the way that he would bring her something or vice versa, if he sees someone smaller than him and they cry, he would rub their arm and hand them something. It was just those silent communications that was more profound than anything that he could have said, because this is a child that didn't supposed to understand.
Right.
Okay. And so when you just said what he did and that he was blind and that he picked your son up, but he didn't know that you was there, you saw the inner person.
Right.
And so that it's something about seeing a person in their most vulnerable moment when they don't know that you're watching to show the character of the person.
Right.
And so you saw that this person was different. Like, oh, okay, so all these other little things they're doing in order to cope, this is the true person.
Right.
So I need to get to see this person more than the coping mechanism person. So what were some things that you decided that you was going to do from that moment when you saw that light bulb went off per se, and when I'll be like, okay, this is the true person right here.
Well, you know what? It was really just live life. We just went on. If something needed to be addressed, then we had to find a way to work with it. You know, I don't want to go into different things, you know, certain things, but it was nothing that could not be. He has very good understanding. You just said it. He talks, he communicates, which I get that question still to this day. How do y'all communicate? We do. He communicates. He can let you know when he's not pleased, when he is pleased, when he's happy, you know. People just don't seem to, unless they're in it. He communicates in his, you know, you can look at him. He communicates. You'll know. He has this way of patting his feet and laughing out loud, you know. So I know he's doing just, you know, well. If he's a little quiet, then I'm like, okay, what's going on? Because he's quiet. And then I'll find out that, you know, something's going on. Somebody took a shirt or whatever the case is. But other than that, we communicate very well. But in the beginning now, it took time. It just took time.
And that's with anything, it takes time. I tell people, even if you don't have a child or an adult with that falls into the learning differences category, it's so many other ways of communication other than verbal words. And if you just remain silent for a while and watch humans, watch us, watch the way we communicate with that nonverbal communication, it speaks more volumes than sometimes what you say out of your mouth.
Right.
And being that we were thrust in a situation where we had to learn to use that skill, because the average person don't have to learn how to use that skill. Okay. We can see and we experience different things because we see it. We're in it. We understand it. And I clearly understand what you're saying with that nonverbal speech and the tapping and the different little mechanisms that one would do. And you're like, oh, something going on. Oh, you know, and you can like maneuver yourself. So it's so many ways. He's communicating. He's just doing it his way.
Right.
So when you think about your book, and we talked a little bit about your target audience, but we can just talk about it a little bit more about the type. Your memoir, your book is actually geared towards helping individuals learn about ones who have learning differences and helping ones who may want to go in the field. But is it anything else that your target audience, what you say people will be looking for this book?
The target audience is just a wide genre. And the reason I say that is because I think I mentioned it a little bit earlier. I speak to certain practices that are beneficial to use in life in general. Yes, the book is geared toward some personal experiences in regards to dealing with people that learn differently. However, at the same time, within that, there is a service mechanism that I speak of. And that service mechanism is something we need to use generally, just daily, serving each other as me serving another one of God's children, just on a daily basis. And so it is a wide range. I did, you know, say, well, you know, this will help individuals that are interested or think they have a calling to do this type of servicing. And I did speak of some of the memories of personal experiences that I have had in working with individuals that learn differently. At the same time, it's a little book. It's a small book, 74 pages. But if you read it, I guarantee you there is some fruit in there for every individual that comes in contact with this particular read. because I speak of the different ways that one should deal with another individual that we call gods of the children. It's just certain things we should do. And I speak of it from a sense of, in part, common sense. And then the other factor is the unspoken factor, the one that sits high and looks low. He sees that. And when we intentionally put an effort into doing the right thing, whether we end up doing what is right or not, we trying, we thought it was right, because we all are different, just like our fingerprints. What I think is right, you might be like, no. So, but the fact that he sees, that the Father sees it, then he's going to reward you for even putting that much effort into doing what you thought was the right thing. So I speak of it from different arenas, and I believe that this small book, for anyone that picks it up and actually reads and considers what's being said, it will benefit them. It will benefit.
I'm seeing like so many different ways in which this book can be beneficial, even if you don't want to go in this particular arena of work or this part of the industry. I can see how on a social scale, helping us and I love sociology. I love sociology, understand the way the world works and people in the world. I love things dealing with human beings, the makeup of us. So understanding this book, I could see how it even falls into sociology, helping you learn society, because this is a whole group of people. He's not the only one. This is a whole group of people that as a whole, we need to be more cognizant of what's going on. We need to be educated. We need to be resourceful, and we need to learn to use words that don't hurt this population.
Yes.
And so with all that being said, some of us, we just don't know what we just don't know. And I feel that your book will be that read that will help us be intellectually aware of what's going on, and how, if we meet an individual like this or individuals, how we can be of assistance, number one, and number two, be understanding, and number three, communicate the way that they communicate. Everybody wants to be treated
right,
a human being, treated with respect.
Right.
And so I feel that your book is teaching us how to respect and be ethical and be able to say, hey, they just learn different. And this is how we were able to do XYZ. So I think it's really, really amazing on what you're doing, and that you took the time to write it down. And with all your experience with, I know in society, they say the mentally fragile in society. And sometimes they say intellectually challenged. Whatever the case may be, it's so many different ones that falls in that category or that spectrum. And I feel that it would be a very, very good read for anybody, because I feel like we all could pull gems from this read, at least just being self-aware, Right. So where can we get this book so that we can be self-aware? And thank you for it.
Well, you can purchase the book at Barnes & Noble, Amazon, of course, Books A Million, anywhere pretty much where books are sold, you can get it.
Okay, you guys, as you can see, it says, don't call him retarded. I cared for him over 20 years. On the photo, just in case you guys are listening in, which I know you are, you can get it from Amazon. But also, the best thing that I would say is just simply type the title inside your search and see where it pops up at, and you decide where you want to purchase, whether it's Barnes & Noble, whether it's Amazon, wherever it is. This is a good read for you to have, and also to enlighten you on another social group, because all of us part of different social groups in society, because society have a way of categorizing us and putting us in these boxes. Putting all of us in this box just because we don't do something the same way. But anyway, I digress, because I have to feel some type of way about some kind of things. I'm like, people in all these little boxes.
I understand wholeheartedly.
We have these issues now because
You put people in boxes and people want to be free. They just free thinking. They learn differently. This is the way that we do this, but we still gonna get to the finish line. We just do it a little differently, but we get to the same place. Okay, so that's gonna be a whole nother topic. So I really appreciate, like I said, you taking the time and also being so transparent about sharing your story and your journey. Another thing that I don't even know that they really realize, I've mentioned it before, but I'm gonna mention it again, that sometimes it's a normal thing for most women. If you have a child like myself that falls into that category of whatever they define as normal, quote unquote, to go over and beyond to be able to help your child or your children to find resources, to go here and there, to find doctors and resources for your children. But it's a whole different situation when you find someone like yourself who is not blood related, who is not your biological child, or is not your biological relative, and then you decide to take the calling in order to help this individual. Now, I know you said in the beginning, you didn't even think of it like that. It's just something that kind of just happened over time. But the fact of the matter is, you said yes in the beginning, and you could have said no.
And you know what, Dr. Ramsey, I want to add one more thing. At this point, I see it. But just so whoever's listening know, you are blessed for doing it. I am very blessed for doing it. And I could go somewhere and I know what is going on with me, and why this is happening is because the Father knows things that no one else will know, you know. And I felt like, yes, I need to put it in writing. Therefore, when I leave this earth, take my wings, that book will still be here to help somebody.
You built that legacy, something that's gonna, I tell people, podcasting, books, all of those things actually outlive you. If you want to leave a permanent imprint in this world and you want to share positivity that's going to surpass your lifespan, your current generation, and beyond, put it in a book, put it on a podcast, because those things are going to be out forever. And someone, or maybe a group, who knows, going to need your help, and they're going to stumble upon your book, your podcast, your interview, or news blast, or whatever the case may be. And it could be the breakthrough that they're looking for. So these things are not taken lightly. All these things are strategically placed for us to be able to do what we need to do, because your story is not for you. It's for the person that you're here to help, or the people that you're here to help. So thank you for what you're doing, and for being a long-term care administrator here in the state of South Carolina. We need some more in the state of South Carolina.
Hopefully we can get some more to throw their hats in the ring.
I hope so. Listen, people, if you have the desire, but you was like, I don't know, but this your answer today. That go ahead and do it if you've been having it in your mind, nudging you. And the fact that you've been doing this you have 30 years of experience in this arena, helping and nurturing not only the clients that you have been able to help over the years, I should say the decades, but also I feel that you learned a lot about yourself during this journey too.
Yeah, I did. I'm still learning.
Yes, I agree. It's something about working with children that falls, or adults that falls in the, I would say it to be grammatically correct, special needs, because that's what they say in public school. But of course, I prefer the term learning differences, but it's something about it. Working with those children, working with those adults, that makes you see life through different lenses and a different perspective. It humbles you. And that's why my field of expertise in education is special needs education. All right. Working with parents and children with special needs. Even when I worked in the public school system, that's what I did. Okay. And so I come with a different perspective. I had no idea when I got out of high school and I was doing all this stuff and went a little bit for college and did all my little stuff that I did. Had no idea that years later I was going to get married
And years after that, I was going to have a child, and one of my children was going to fall into the special needs. And I was already prepared because I had all these years of experience working with children that falls in different categories and spectrums from mild to severe. And so when my child came along, I was already equipped. Had no idea. And I said, God is good.
Yes, that's right.
I had no idea.
There's nobody like him.
Yeah, so I was like, wow. And so now I'm able to use those skills in order to help other parents. And like, that's why I connect with you so much, is because we don't do the same thing, but we're in the same arena. And we need all of us in our prospective positions in order to get the whole message across. So thank you for taking the time, and thank you for doing what you're doing. Thank you for putting in the book. I'm gonna purchase that book, and when I purchase it, I'm gonna take a picture with it and send it to you. Because I want to read it myself. I just couldn't get it quick enough before we did the show. So thank you for everything that you're doing. So how can one stay in contact or get in contact with you? They can go purchase your book, or do you have any other place like social media that you want them to follow you on?
No, I don't really. I'm on Facebook, but I'm not really, what is it, tech savvy? I look at
Well, I appreciate you. Anyway, you guys.
On Facebook.
Okay, you can check her out on Facebook, and you can also go to Amazon, Barnes and Nobles, or wherever they sell books, and type in Camilla Walls. That's CAMELIA WALL up under the title. Don't call him retarded. I cared for him over 20 years. It's going to be a great read for you, and it's going to be something that even if you don't have experience, I feel that it will give you the human side of it, so that you can see from someone else's perspective. And so the next time, you just never know, you may meet someone that falls into that category, and then you'll be better able to communicate and use words that heal and not hurt. Yes. So on that note, thank you so much for coming today, from being a featured guest on the show. On that note, that's the end of the show, you guys. You can click the link in the description to be able to purchase her book. We're going to make it very easy for you to buy. We're going to put the link right up in the description. And we thank you for everything that you're doing. And let us know that whatever else that you have on the plate, keep the Tina Ramsey Show podcast in the know, so we can let people know all about what you're doing, because we love what you're doing. Thank you. All righty then. You are most welcome. Stay backstage. I'll talk to you in a moment. You guys, wasn't that amazing? For all of you who are parents like myself, who have children that falls in the special needs, or I like to say learning differences category, this is something that's very, very beneficial for you. I encourage all of you, even if you don't have a child that has learning differences, or an adult relative or friend that falls into that category, I still encourage you to go get this book, because this is a time for us to absorb information in order to better be able to understand each other, so that we can work together and be proficient, and keep in mind how other people feel at the end of the day. Being a mother of a child that has autism, I know all too well the stigma. I know all too well the words, the looks, the points. But listen, remember, they're human beings too, and certain things can hurt. This is a time of the year. This is the time for us to heal. This is a time for us to put ourselves in someone else's shoes, to understand it and see things through the lenses of their eyes, so that we can make this world a better place. With all that being said, if no one told you this today, I want you to know that the Tina Ramsey Show and podcast, we got your back, and I want you to keep smiling, and I want you to know that we love you. Even if nobody else told you that, we love you, and that's why we do what we do. Check out the Homeschooling Interactive magazine, which we dig deeper into special needs learning differences and homeschooling, and also just education in general. That magazine is more than just about homeschooling. It's about the whole experience and family. On that note, make sure to check out her book. Again, go pick it up from Amazon. And thank you so much for tuning in on today. I will see you guys next week. Bye. CTR Media Network has amazing opportunities to expand the visibility of business owners, entrepreneurs, authors, coaches, and podcasters on our platform. Would you like to be interviewed on any of our podcasting shows? Where we're booking right now, so go to ctrmedianetwork.com. Would you like to have an ad in our upcoming Podcast Revolution magazine? Well, simply go to our website and place your ad today. We also have commercial placement opportunities. We would love to play your commercial during the airing of our CTR Media Network Live and the Tina Ramsey Show. We would love to partner with you. If you feel that your business is a right fit, contact us about our sponsorship opportunities. CTR Media Network has a variety of different opportunities to fit every budget. So reach out to us by going to ctrmedianetwork.com and book the appropriate ad for yourself today.
CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR is who we are. The Media Network. That's the best by far, you know. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network.
Good evening, and welcome to Series 2 of Relationships and Christian Dating. I am Constance Woolard, the host of the Speakeasy podcast, and tonight we have a phenomenal group of panelists, some married couples, spiritual partners. Yes, spiritual partners in Christ. We have some relationship strategists. We have another pastor that's going to be joining us later on tonight, and we're all here to have a candid discussion on relationships and Christian dating. And so my first couple is called the Purpose Couple, and they are Elder Brown and Prophetess Alicia Brown of South Carolina. So good evening. How are you?
Thank you. Good evening.
Well, good evening. Good evening.
I want to say thank you, first of all, for agreeing to participate in this discussion. I thank you so much. And just kind of tell the listening audience who you are.
Well, ladies first.
Okay. Well, I am Prophetess Alicia Brown. We together, we are the Purpose Couple. We are the Browns, known as the Purpose Couple. Together as a couple, we work with one another in ministry and also in holistic health as well. We do a lot of things so far as in balancing the mind, body, and spirit, and also in addition to speaking about the purpose of kingdom marriage as well.
Yes. We have a 501c3 nonprofit. We run together. The Carla Rose Foundation is the name of the organization. And we raise money for people that have cancer that are going the alternative holistic route for treatment. A lot of that's not covered by insurance. So we raise money to help with the cost of that, to offset some of the costs. And the foundation is in honor of my mother and our first wife that passed. Carla was my first wife's middle name. Rose was my mother's middle name. So we honor their memory. with
Great.
this foundation.
You know, I'm glad you brought that up because next month is Breast Cancer Awareness Month.
That's correct.
And so the podcast next month, we are going to be featuring breast cancer and doing a lot of things to discuss breast cancer awareness. And so I've got several experts lined up. And that's one of the common themes I'm hearing is resources. People are not aware of the resources available. So I thank you for what you're doing.
Absolutely. Thank you.
So much. Thank you. Our next couple are the Ashleys of Dallas, Texas. And so good evening. How are you?
We're doing good.
Doing good.
Okay. Thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Thanks for having us.
And so just tell the audience who you are.
Well, I am Geneva D. Ashley. This is my husband, Marcus Ashley. And we're just, well, most people know us as, affectionately, they call us the A-Team, just because our last name starts with the letter A. But we live here in the Dallas Metroplex region. We do ministry together. We have a ministry called Word Reflections Ministries. It's brand spanking new. God is literally lifting us off the ground with it. So we're working on that. We also, I myself am a published author. Today is my Amazon best-selling day, so I am pushing for sales of that book. I'm a domestic violence advocate as well as a master coach, virtual pastor, and so, and I work hand in hand with every other thing that my husband and I do together. So
okay, so just spiritual partners in crime.
Yes.
I would say spiritual partners in Christ. How about that?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a better term. It's a better term.
Marcus Ashley here. My biggest role really is just keeping up with this lady right here for all the different things that she sets out to do. I'm more of a silent partner, but I'm really a huge supporter from behind the scenes. I'm not out in the forefront. It's not really my thing, but from behind the scenes, I'm doing heavy lifting with helping get things done, and she goes out and executes as far as book projects, outreach of different kinds, especially in the spiritual sense. Anything that it has to do with the ministry work. I'm one of her biggest supporters from behind the scenes. So a rare appearance for me, and looking forward to engaging with you all.
Okay, well, thank you so much for joining us. And so next I have Anna Pap. Good evening, Anna. How are you?
Good evening, Constance. Thank you so much for having me on today's show and allowing me to share with those beautiful couples that we have here today.
Yes. So tell the audience who you are.
I am a relationship coach, and I started this career of coaching 9 years ago. And initially, I was working with married couples facing challenges in their relationship, but about almost 6 years ago, I really felt calling to work more closely with married women who are committed to their relationship, but whose husbands do not see an issue in the marriage, or they are not ready to get help from a professional. So I felt a need for just filling this space and giving these women some hope and some tools to help them kind of redesign that marriage and be that loving and gentle force that bring changes to their relationship.
Okay, well, thank you so much for joining us in the discussion this evening. And so I have Daniel J. Williams of Columbia, South Carolina. Good evening, Daniel. How are you?
Fantastic. How are you? How's everyone?
Great. Thank you for joining us today.
It's a pleasure to be here. I'm glad that you asked me to join this panel. Sounds like it's going to be an interesting panel discussion.
Yes. I'm looking forward to the discussion this evening. So tell the audience who you are.
Well, like I said, my name is Daniel J. Williams. I'm here in Columbia, South Carolina. I'm a mindset coach. I I'd say that I'm really, I like to use the term of being like a intercessor and a communicator. And really, I like to work with everyone, seeing everybody be lifted, but more specifically with men, just because men, we have a tendency to kind of feel pushed to the side, that we have a lot to carry and a lot to do, but we don't like to express what bothers us or what we're really feeling. So that kind of hinders relations. I mean, this goes in relationships. It kind of hinders our being able to really contribute to the relationship in the best way forward for it to go. So once men kind of get back to knowing themselves and feeling comfortable with themselves, they can actually really bring the best part of the relationship together.
Okay, thank you. And so I'm going to put this question out on the table. It's for our two married couples. With Daniel, you are married as well. Anna, I'm not sure if you have a spouse or not.
Yeah, look at this. I didn't share that. This is my
Okay.
most important job. Yes,
That's right.
I am a wife and a mother of two super sweet kids.
Okay. And so what I want you to do is, the first question I have on the table: how did you meet your partner? And what place and space were you in when the two of you met? And so I'm going to start with the Ashleys.
Okay, I'll take lead on this question. We actually were living in California when we met. We're originally from California, and we only recently, in the past 4 years, transitioned here to Texas. But we both were commuting into work, and we were catching what's called the BART train, which is like very rapid transit for San Francisco Bay Area into San Francisco to go to work. And we both worked in the city. We crossed paths a couple times. We didn't really speak or anything. We just kind of exchanged looks, and I nodded at her just to say more of a gesture of good morning. But a couple of times that happened. We got on the train, and she tried to sit everywhere but next to me. So she was actually reading a book by T.D. Jakes, God's Leading Lady, and rather than taking any typical approach to having a first conversation with her, what I did was, instead, by making that observation about the book she was reading, I went and researched the book to understand where she might be located and why she might be reading that book in particular. And so once I got an understanding of that, I said, okay, well, in my mind, I said, clearly she's got a relationship with the Lord. So that's a good thing. I just needed God to kind of do the rest, because she was going to dodge me every chance she got. So when we got on the train one day, she was standing in the middle of the aisle, and she was turning in circles looking for every seat to sit in except for next to me. And I just kind of looked out the window, and I looked at the seat next to me, and I said, I wish you would sit next to me. I mean, it's not like I bite her or anything. So this is what I said to myself. And then she came and sat down, but she hurried up and pulled that book out and opened it back up and almost put her face in it. So that's really how that sequence of events went. And then we exchanged numbers by the end of that ride. We talked about the book, and so I got an even better sense of kind of what was her moral compass and where she was located when we crossed paths. And we haven't really looked back since then. We went on a few dinner dates and consecutive, and we've been going ever since. So there it is.
Wow.
From my perspective.
Okay, amazing story.
I tried to go to every other seat because it was amazing, and that's how you know God was in it, because every seat I was set to, literally, I remember very distinctly, it was like 5 different seats. So every time I would go to sit there, somebody else would sit in the seat. So it ended up making me turn around and look back over at that seat, which was the only vacant seat available, and it was next to him.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Okay. Wow. Definitely some intervention there, some divine intervention.
Yeah.
Definitely. Okay. But I got to give it to you, Marcus. You had your game on, and you wouldn't research the book and found out about it.
I didn't want to be typical. I didn't want to be different, because there's a lot of ways that could have went. So I just wanted to meet her where she was.
Okay, and it worked. It worked. Yes, indeed. Checkmate. Okay, so the Browns, tell the audience how the two of you met and the place and space you were in when you met.
All right. Well, I'm gonna let her start this.
What's with the ladies first stuff tonight?
He started first, so
Okay,
we're gonna go
okay.
the opposite way this
Okay.
time.
Okay.
Well, how we met, we actually met as business partners. And the way that happened was in 2015, the Lord gave me a vision to start up a nonprofit called Empower Me. And at the time, I was a single mom. And I was just like, had no idea how to do anything. And the Lord kind of guided me through. And he was like, well, you don't have a 501c3, so you need to look into getting a fiscal sponsor. And I'm like, what is that? So when I did, in the state of South Carolina, at the time I was living in Sumter, South Carolina. In the state of South Carolina, he was the only fiscal sponsor in the state of South Carolina. And my first instinct was like, it's a male, Lord. I don't want to do that. He got to be already married in order for me to proceed. Like, I don't want to do that. Because at that time, my headspace was, I was done with love. I had already been married twice. I was done with marriage. Didn't want nothing to do with it. I didn't want nothing to do with the male, period. Just me, my children. God was my husband. I was good. So God was like, but you need a fiscal sponsor. And unfortunately, this is the only one. So you have no choice but to reach out. So I did contact him. And I said, okay, Lord, well, if this is you, he's going to answer and I'm going to get this fiscal sponsor. And he did not answer. And I said, okay, Lord, so this is not what I'm supposed to do. As fast as I said that, he called me back. And I was like, oh my goodness. So I answered and time went on where we were supposed to meet up. He was living in Spartanburg, South Carolina, which is where we reside together now. And he drove down to Sumter and met me at Applebee's because I was like, we're going to meet in an open space. So we met at Applebee's. He came with the contract. I came with all of my things. And we sat down at the table and we prayed. That was that first, like, I was like, wait, he want to pray before we eat? Wait a minute. So he know God. But I was just like, whatever. I done been there, done that. So thereafter, we sat down, we ate. I signed the contract. And after signing the contract, we parted ways. I was excited, ready to start fundraisers and things like that so I can get my own 501c3. As time went on, I would say about a month of me being in the contract, the Lord released the funds for me to get it. So now I no longer need his services. However, by that time, we had so many conversations spiritually. He would pour into me, I would pour into him. We had them night talks and things of that nature. So it was like, he cool as a friend.
She forget about the game part.
Oh, we was at the
where we was
restaurant.
at the restaurant.
Yeah.
And she told me she had children. So I said, well, I think it was a weekend coming.
Mm-hmm.
So I offered to buy her kids food for the weekend from the restaurant so she wouldn't have to cook. So that was my game, bro.
And
you had a better one, but I had to take that opportunity, and that kind of broke the ice. I would say that broke the ice because that was just something trying to be considerate, not necessarily knowing if it was going to work or do anything, but it did break a little bit of the ice.
It did. And for me, I did call my mom and I was like, Ma, I said, I think this guy just tried to hit on me. I said, because he just bought me and my children and I have 3. And I'm like, for the whole weekend, that's Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I'm like, that's, and I'm like, he just bought us food for the whole weekend where I don't have to cook. And I was like, I think he tried to hit on me. And I was just like, well, it's not about to happen. And I could tell that he was older than me. And I was like, this guy is crazy. And I was like, I don't even know why he did that. So, it it took some time. It really did.
And she's modest. She was super prepared at that meeting, very organized, to the point where I was like, well, you know, you really don't need my services. The only thing you were lacking was the actual 501c3. But she had everything business-wise she had on cap. So it was a real nice lunch. It was a real nice meeting. Getting to know her and her organization and how organized she was and how prepared she was, that spoke to me. At a time in my life where I had lost my first wife, it had been some years, like 7 years.
Mm-hmm.
So not really doing any dating, but the conversation we were having on the phone about business, and then spiritually, it made it even more special when we met that day.
Wow. 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 And so you two have been together for how long now?
It'll be 5 years in December.
Oh, wow. Okay, great, great. And so now, Daniel J. Williams, walk us through when you met your partner and what was going on.
Man, it's going to seem funny. I actually met her in church. We were attending the same church, but we probably only said 12 words to each other in like a matter of a year and a half, until there was like a revival one night in the prophetess she was going through, and she came over to me and she just kept saying faithful, 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 faithful over and over and over. And later she told her that her husband was in here, and we were looking around. There wasn't a lot of people in there, so it was like the choices were very slim on who we could have been matched up with. So I was doing like on the Saturdays, I did a fitness program for the members, and she was, she came through and I took them through a real thorough fitness regimen. And she was so sore, and we had a conversation. We DM and then we talked, and she was talking about how sore she was and so on. And we went out to have a lunch. We just kept conversations going. And she was divorced. I was divorced, and our stories were like the opposite of each other, because at my first marriage, I was terrible. I wasn't even a husband. And she got the other side of it. So, and in our talking in the beginning, told her all of the things that I did and what I was like and whatnot, and how Lord, as I recommitted to the Lord, how like I said that, you know what, I don't even want to bother with a relationship. I don't want to date or anything unless you actually bringing me a wife. But I didn't really believe he would allow me to have that again. And she was like kind of praying along the same thing. We were praying for the same type of stuff, and we've been married for a year now. It's where we met. That was like 3 years ago. We've been married a year now, but it seems like we've been together for so long.
Wow. Wow. Amazing. Amazing. And so, Anna, tell us about you and your spouse.
I feel a lot of resistance sharing this after listening to these inspirational stories, because the way we met, I would say, is not very typical for Christian people to meet. So bear with me. I guess that just simply means that our Lord does not discriminate against places like bars and clubs, because this is exactly where I met my husband. So it was, oh my goodness, we are married for 17 years. So it was about 20 years ago when I went actually to the bar only because my roommate asked me to be her designated driver. She was celebrating a nice work promotion and asked me if I can go there to drive the place. And, I went there to kind of keep her company. And meanwhile, I've noticed my present husband with some lady sitting over there as well. And then it happened that on the way back from the restroom, this lady who was with my husband approached me, and we started a small talk. Turns out that this is his sister. And my husband back then did not have a courage to approach me. So she started that little conversation and he joined us. And, he was such a gentleman. Like really, I would say, wow, this is surprising for a place like this to meet someone so kind and so polite, just such a true gentleman that we just have a very good conversation, the three of us, and then my girlfriend joined us too, the four of us. That at the end of this evening, he asked me for my phone number, and I did agree to give him my phone number, and then he called back, and and I told him, obviously, yes, I'm in Texas, but that accent is clearly not Texan, so I am originally from Poland, and I told him about my country of origin. And for our first date, we went to dinner and he was so prepared. This just really made me, I think, fell in love with him, like that first date, because, originally he really wasn't my type, but he was just such a kind man that I thought it's just nice person to have in your life. But then for this first date, before that date, he told me that later he went to Barnes and Nobles and researched everything about Poland. He knew so much about our culture, our customs, geography, politics, that I felt so impressed. And again, he just impressed me with his, behavior and way of being, that after that evening, I remember calling that roommate who I drove to that bar the night we met, telling her, oh my gosh, I really like that guy. So yeah, that's our story.
So we're talking about dating. What guidance or advice do you have for young people, middle-aged people, older single people who are seeking to date or who are currently dating right now? What advice or guidance do you have for them? And I will start with the Browns.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So
What advice?
I'm handed over to him. Now I'm
Yeah,
gonna
that's
put
what I'm
on
gonna say. It's his turn
this
now.
time. So
Yeah.
instead of ladies
You know, we were
first.
distracted.
The gentleman,
what
what
ad-
advice would you give?
What advice?
Mhm.
Well, a lot of it is cliche, like be yourself and be open, be transparent. But I guess you have to definitely, you got to find a way to open the line of communication. Listen as well as speak. Don't try to dominate the conversation, and because she's going to want to know just as much as you want to know. So be willing to listen and be willing to be open and honest.
Okay. Thank you so much. And the Ashleys, what guidance or advice do you have to offer to people who are dating right now?
People that are dating right now. Well, when I think back, for me, I'm a little, believe it or not, a little reserved, shy. I don't really, as a woman, I think just believing that God will do it, being confident in who you are. I have this quote that I always say, it's my own quote, which is, confidence is quiet, insecurities are loud. One thing that I've learned when I was, in my single state, just focusing on God and really loving him and just letting him be who he is in my life. And I was so busy and focused on doing what he wanted me to do. I even talked to him about the type of man that I wanted. So I literally specifically had a very specific list down to the height of my husband, complexion, type of job. Yes, he had to have a job. Not just a job, but a career. Yes. It was important to me. And so really dating a lot, I didn't do. I wasn't putting myself out there, even though my family would say, Geneva, you got to be seen if you expect to be found. So I would find myself just, maybe dating myself. That's what I did. I started dating me a lot. And when I was out, then I was seen. And if it was, the right one, then he would have the boldness and the courage to, approach me. And if he didn't, he would find a way. He would find a way to. So I say to anyone that's in waiting right now, it may seem like it's taken a long time, but I would rather wait on the right one than to give the right thing to the wrong one. So my advice would be, give God first seat in your life, and everything else will fall into place. I know some girlfriends of mine, they kind of go on the dating apps and stuff like that, but and no knock on that, but I feel like that's kind of like trying to help God out. And it might be somebody on the dating app that might be also seeking, but if that's the way that you come together, ultimately God is going to be the one that brings you together anyway. So that was what I would say from a woman's perspective. What would you say, Mr. Ashley?
Well, I could only speak for my own journey. I can't really say for everyone else, but looking back on the way that we kind of came together, it was being patient and not really looking for anything in particular, not even really looking, just kind of like, kind of as you said, staying to yourself and, just developing in your own relationship with God and, whatever endeavors you're setting out to do, just really being focused on, your own personal goals. And then just kind of waiting on God to put someone in your path that you find commonality with, because that's super important. A lot of times we like what we see, but the question is that, are we compatible? And the other question is, do we have similar beliefs? Do we look at things the same? Those are all important questions. There's so many things that we've talked about in private where it's like, man, it would have been like nice if someone had told us that before we got on this path, but there's no manual or anything out there like that really prepare you for a journey such as, pursuing a relationship, especially marriage, with someone. Those are kind of things those are hidden gems that you uncover along the way while you're on that journey. And one thing that we've learned to this date is with every passing year, level of communication. Communication is huge. It's one of those things that you don't realize it in the beginning, but as you get further and further up the road and get some years behind you in marriage, you learn that there are new depths all the time, even in the ways that you communicate. You thought you were communicating on a deep level before, only to find out that you can go deeper than that. And so that's one of the things that has kind of like revealed itself over time. So those are things that you don't necessarily, understand in your younger years of dating phases and things. And those can be some shallow experiences, if we're all being honest. Those can be some very shallow experiences. But once you get married, then you start unearthing some things that you didn't know were even there. So that's me speaking in hindsight, looking back from when I was younger up to now, just kind of sharing some of the things that have been revealed along the way.
Wow, thank you. Last week we had a similar discussion. Communication was one of the things we talked about. Making sure that both people involved are on the same page, because the female may be feeling one way, the male may feel a totally different way. And then that's when the miscommunication begins and the breakdown in the relationship. So it's important that both parties are on the same page and that communication is taking place. Effective communication, effective listening. And so welcome, relationship strategist Siobhan. How are you? Siobhan, can you hear us?
Can now. It cut out for a second.
Okay. Hi. So kind of tell the listening audience who you are.
Okay. My name is Siobhan, the relationship strategist. And so I empower Christian couples in committed relationships to strengthen their partnership and eliminate unhealthy behaviors through effective communication. Also an author and a speaker. And yeah, that's basically it.
Well, thank you for joining in the discussion tonight. We have Pastor Robert Cockfield of San Antonio, Texas. Pastor Cockfield, how are you?
Doing great.
Okay, kind of tell the audience who you are.
My name is Dr. Robert Cockfield, and
I'm a community activist, a pastor. Just been doing this stuff for a long time as far as loving God and people, just community work. And I have 4 beautiful children, and just currently am just processing a divorce after 41 years.
Okay, thank you so much. So I'm sure you have a lot to share.
I
Looking
sure
back in
do.
time, a lot
Yes,
to
ma'am.
share. Thank you so much for joining us. And Tracy Carr, how are you?
I'm great. How's everyone doing?
Doing great. Glad to have you to join us. Tell the listening audience who you are.
My name is Tracy Carr. I am a entrepreneur. I am a woman of God, a woman of faith, and I believe that when it comes to relationships, I believe that God has called me to help people only because of my story of being divorced and dealing with matters of the heart. So that's who I am.
Okay, well, welcome, Tracy, and thank you so much for agreeing to engage in this discussion tonight. And so we've been talking about some recommendations for dating couples or people who are seeking to date. And we talked about understanding and communication. Respect is also important as well. But I want to ask for my 2 married couples, what is the glue? All my married couples, what is the glue that held you together? And I'll start with the Browns. And Elder Brown, it's your turn this time. Don't look at Alicia.
I started the last one. Communication is our glue, and Jesus is our glue, because we stay connected that way. We constantly communicate with each other, praying together, getting the kids involved in prayer, just staying connected spiritually. That seems to be it. That's our glue. Getting up, praying in the morning, that opens up a lot. And that leads to our communication all day sometimes, in the car, with the children. After the children go to sleep, we're constantly in the word. And we use the word to get at each other. So
Yeah.
all the time.
We definitely do. And I think for us too, the glue for us, I would say also is we both came to a realization that we weren't each other's preference, but we were each other's purpose.
Okay.
And in doing so, it was like we both made up in our mind which would we rather have. Do we want preference or do we want purpose? And we both just thought about it. Each time that we've chosen preference, how far has it gotten us? And it got us nowhere. But when we both made the decision that, you know what, I'm going to choose purpose, that's what keeps us in sync as well, because not only do we speak each other's love language, but we also speak the language of each other's purpose. So that's what keeps us where he's speaking life over me and I'm speaking life over him, because we understand each other's purpose language and also our love language. So like we have a book coming out that we're writing together called Kingdom Marriage and Its Purpose, Pillow Talk. And it's pretty much teaching the principles of pillow talk. Pillow talk ain't sexual. It doesn't mean it has to be in the bed with some actual pillows. It's teaching communication, and pillow talk can happen anywhere. Like you said, when we're driving in the car, we're having pillow talk. When we're at home, we're in the kitchen cooking dinner for the children, we're having pillow talk. And that's just me speaking what God revelation that I received today through my day, and him speaking his revelation. And we come together and bring our revelations together, which makes like our relationship so much more intimate, and it continues to add fuel to our fire. So although we're about to be out of newlyweds, we still feel like we just got married yesterday.
All right, now come on with it. Come on with it. And so David J. Williams, tell me about your glue.
Friendship. I'd say it would be friendship, and of course communication. because in that friendship, we have in that communication, it's a mutual thing. We're both headed in the same direction. When we were first, before we got married, we had our individual thing, but they seemed to line up and be going in the same direction, which really was an indication that it was from God and it was meant to be. But just the fact of having a friendship that we just got along so well, it seemed as if we knew each other for years. And even though it was just a short period of time, that just helps everything else kind of fall into place, because with the friendship, it's a mutual understanding and respect for each other and an honor and a truthfulness in there. So I'd say the glue for us is a good friendship. We have a great friendship, and our communication is great because we did all the hard questions at the very beginning. So that way you don't come up with that, well, I didn't know you had that kind of habit later down the line. So the hard questions at the beginning is a great thing too.
So transparency.
Right.
Transparency. Amen. Amen. So we're going to shift gears here a little bit. Pastor Cockfield, you were married for 41 years. You're recently going through a divorce or going through a divorce. Looking back in hindsight, what was the glue that was needed that was not present?
Well, I'm still in discussion. We still communicate with each other. We had a discussion just yesterday. We discussed that. Missteps. I like what just was said. Friendship is important. Mistake we made, we rushed into marriage. So we really didn't, there was really no friendship. What we did, we dated just for a snippet. I had a child. I go into the military, come back after basic. We get married quick. And second thing, we put family and others before our own family. We allowed a lot of our family members to become first. We felt obligated to always help everybody else, and it stripped mine our own marriage. Next thing, communication is key. And here's my thing: what are you really communicating? We didn't deal with a lot of hard issues, a lot of hidden agendas, a lot of boxes that weren't open, and we were afraid to open them and really have those real discussions about who are we. And next, really, we got married young. I'm 17 going on 18. She's young, and we really didn't know ourselves. I mean, we went to church, we did all of that, but truly where God was with us as a unit or as one, we really didn't understand what that looked like. So now I advise couples. I heard the couples that's on there, or individuals married. I advise you, yes, God has to be first. There shouldn't be no hidden agendas. Don't find yourself spreading yourself too thin, trying to be everything to everybody else, and then not allowing God to be first in your family. And that church piece is important. Where you attend church, where you're getting fed, I believe is critical and key. Here's my last thing. Don't be afraid to just be honest. I think, I learned in marriage, I'm looking back. People tend to tell you there's certain things your spouse don't need to know. I was told that quite a bit. I came from, I hung around a lot of old school folks, and they, I got bad advice. They said, oh, there's just certain things you don't need to know. Well, now looking back, that was a misnomer. That's wrong. Because it'll catch up with you. So that honesty is key, like right out the gate. I feel like if you're gonna be married to somebody and they're gonna be your life partner, that life partner speaks volume. That life, you can't speak life into each other if you're lying as a partner. And so that's my advice. I think marriage is a beautiful institution. I don't regret it. It's just now I'm on the back end, just trying to encourage people to stay together, and then the mistakes I made, help them to be life lessons for other people.
Thank you so much, Pastor Cockfield. So now for the ladies on the panel, what advice do you have? And Siobhan, I'm going to start with you. What advice do you have to provide to ladies who are dating or they're seeking a mate or what have you? What guidance do you have?
Okay, so a lot of people, and it might seem like someone else mentioned it's cliche, but everybody has said it, and it's the absolute truth. And I didn't notice when I was younger, but absolutely keeping God in the center of everything. And what that looks like is praying, you know, even if you have to do it individually first, but building up that relationship with Christ first. And then let me say this as well. If you're at a point to where you feel like, okay, well, I've been doing this, I've been doing that, or my relationship is over here, still invite him in. So the Lord, and he'll come in and he'll fix it. So keep him the center. And if it's gone wrong, what he'll do is, it might look as if your relationship is crumbling apart, but don't keep your eyes fixed on what you see, because he has to get in there and fix that foundation a lot of times. So just keep your eyes on the Lord. Hang around people who can give you some sound advice, some godly advice. Don't be afraid to do that. Seek out others. Sometimes you'll hear people say, oh, you know, what goes on in your relationship stays in your relationship. Remember that the Lord puts people out there to actually help you. He's all about community and bringing people together. So don't be afraid if you need to go to someone else, such as a therapist, such as a strategist, such as somebody who can come and help you, just give you some insight and some pointers to help you. And if you are also, another thing, when you're dating, be honest with one another and forgive always. Okay. Forgive your partner on a regular basis and forgive yourself. And one more thing that I think I've grown in over the years is patience. Have patience and kindness towards one another. And remember that they are your teammate. They're not there as your enemy. You're not supposed to fight against them. You guys can do more together. So that's my advice right there to the ladies.
Thank you so much, Siobhan. Thank you so much. Anna.
I'm trying to think what to add to this beautiful advice. I think that the maybe a few more things that I would add to it is know yourself first. So know your value, because you know, it's very important to understand that the man you're dating comes from different backgrounds and might have, and you know, we all are very different. There are going to be differences in our marriage, and compromise, it's a big thing. But what you don't want to compromise are your values. So look for a person who, you know, like if you are Christian, it's probably not the best idea to date someone who doesn't follow the Lord, because it's just going to cause so much internal conflict that this is very difficult to carry this relationship and really have a fruitful, beautiful relationship that will sustain for years. So know yourself first, know your value, and this is what should be on your list. What does this person that I envision as my lifelong partner believes in, and what are his values? Are we compatible in this sense? And then talking about differences, those differences will be there. And then we need to understand that it's okay. And we need to learn how to appreciate each other's differences and how to actually utilize them in your relationship, because we might be good in very different things. And, you know, instead of letting those differences divide you, utilize them to make something beautiful together. And, you know, when you're dating, definitely also understand the reason why you date. Why do you actually want a partner? Because, you know, I think that a lot of women and men looks for a partner because they don't feel complete and they hope that this person will come and fix something in their life. So first, make sure you take care of yourself and you are happy with who you are and you absolutely feel complete. And the person that is right for you and the person who comes to your life is just something in addition, you know, to who you are. This is not a person who's supposed to fulfill all your, you know, desires. Of course, part of a marriage is we all come with needs, and it's a beautiful thing that we can help each other fulfill those needs. But you need to be happy with yourself and your life first.
Thank you so much, Anna. Tracy.
Yes. Good evening. I'm going to say everything everyone said was, I mean, right on point. Of course, God first. But one of the things that I'm learning as you get to know that person, once again, like she said, understanding their values. But one of the things that I found was learning that person's love language. And when I say that love language, because what might work for you may not work for them. And you, as you come together and as you grow, there's going to be many sacrifices. And when I say sacrifices, sometimes it can't be just about you. It has to be about you and your partner. Especially if you have kids or if you're dating someone who has kids. I always say it's not just about you. How does that fulfill the purpose and intent of where people are trying to build together? Because now if you're trying to deal with kids, then it's a whole nother level. So as you deal with that, and then it's back to not sleeping in separate beds. Now, y'all might disagree with me on this, but sometimes I know that when you sleep in separate rooms or even like you're allowing the enemy to come in and steal, kill, and destroy and slip right on in. The other thing is intimacy. Intimacy is not just about sex. It's learning to the value and knowing your partner and knowing the needs and the desires, the wants, those things that need to be fulfilled, whatever it is that may be in. Good morning, how are you? The prayer. I mean, you know, those different things. What is it that you like? What is it that you dislike? It's just the intimate. Sitting down, having discussions is very intimate. I may want to go on a date. I may want to go do some certain things. How do I fulfill that in getting to know you? What are your likes, dislikes? Even in our conversation, sometimes our voices may get loud. And I may not know that about your past. So as you grow, as you get older, and as you start to learn the value of one another, what is it that you will allow, will not allow, as you get to learn and grow into developing a relationship, and keep people out your business. As you do that, even though you have, like she said, wise counsel, you have counselors out there that you can go and talk to, but what may have worked for somebody else may not work for you. So it's back to that saying, not necessarily what goes on in your house stays in your house, but you have to realize that everybody are from different backgrounds. Everybody was raised differently. Some people have been hurt. Some people have not been healed or delivered from the past, and don't bring baggage that you had before, whether it was a bad relationship, don't bring it into the relationship that you have now. But remember, God first in all that you do. And I yield.
Thank you, Tracy. And I'm going to add one more thing. You know, I know a lot of people who've never been married, never had children, but they are an expert on telling you how to raise your children and what to do in your marriage. And I would say, avoid those experts. Avoid those because they're not experts. They have no clue. They've never lived it. They've never experienced it. So how can they guide you? So again, like as Tracy said, be careful who you allow in your midst. Be careful. And so we're getting close to the end. And so what I want each of you is to think of a buzzword pertaining to relationships and dating that you want to leave with the listening audience. I'm going to give you a few seconds, and I'm going to start with Pastor Cotfield.
Well, my buzzword is purpose. And I want to throw this out here. You know, you know your purpose. Don't date and get with people and don't know why you're on this planet, because it causes chaos. You know, because what ends up happening, you know, you don't know why you're here. You should already know. And then I'm gonna give you an example. I was a musician. That was my purpose. Okay, that's as a life as a musician. When I brought that to the table, okay, I travel a lot. There's a lot of things that go along with it. That's my point. And unfortunately, you know, I didn't understand it was my purpose. So I didn't express that. Well, then I get married, and then this person like, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm a musician. And I love that. That's who I am. that should have been brought to the table right out the gate, because I think it's fair. It gives that individual an opportunity to either accept it or reject it. It's kind of bad after the fact. So my buzzword is purpose. Know yours. Know it before you get into that relationship and share it.
All right. All right. You know, and when you said that, I had to chuckle. I'll never forget a few years ago, actually, when I was in San Antonio, I was dating someone that was Muslim. And, you know, he was sharing with me about women and their attire. And I said, well, let's get this straight right now before we go any further. I'm not converted. I believe what I believe. And I'm not wearing all that stuff on my head because I pay too much to get my hair fixed every week. I'm not doing that. And I'm not wearing those long dresses because, hey, I got some killer legs and I don't even show them. So if you can accept that, let's go ahead and get this on the table right now and solve this right now. So as you can see, I'm still on the hill by myself. So anyway, thank you so much, Pastor Cotfield, for sharing that. Siobhan.
I'd say my buzzword would be conversation. So a lot of times we don't have necessary but uncomfortable conversations with our partners, and it can lead to some things that you might have to untangle a little bit later on down the road. You know, I always say, you know, a relationship's never too far gone. You can't come out of it, but having conversations that are meaningful and that are not full of fear and control, so that way you'll get to know one another. So conversation is my buzzword to leave with you.
Oh, wow. Thank you. Daniel J. Williams.
I'm gonna go with asset is my buzzword, because if you're going into a relationship, then you're looking for it to be long term. So you're full, they're full. You want to be an asset to them just as well as they be an asset to you. So what you're building is going to be very strong and it's going to bring longevity. That should cover everything. Your communication, your love languages, all of that. When you're being an asset to her, she's being an asset to you, you're just adding to each other, and there's no weakness in between. I'm filling in her gaps, she's filling in my gaps, so there are no gaps. So I say asset is my buzzword.
Wow, I like that. Thank you so much, Daniel. Anna.
My buzzword for the married couple and people who are seriously dating is vision. I think that very often we get into relationship without actually having a vision for our future relationship or for our marriage. We believe that, you know, love is enough and goodwill is enough and our marriage just somehow magically will evolve and go in the right direction. But how do you know that you're going in the right direction if you don't have goals for your marriage, if you don't have value listed for your family? So I encourage everyone to create relationship statement, almost like a mission statement, right? We have one for our business. Why not for our marriage? Know what goals you want to accomplish with your spouse or your future spouse. Know what kind of wife or husband you want to be, what is important to you. This will help you stay on track.
Oh, wow. Thank you. Thank you. Tracy.
My word is legacy.
Okay.
And when I say legacy, I'm saying in the relationship, what are you leaving behind and what are you teaching people as far as moving forward, as far as the as everybody just said, from the vision to the mission to whatever it is that it may be, how can you all build an empire together and leave a legacy behind?
Oh, wow. That's powerful. I like that. I like that. Thank you so much, Tracy. The Ashleys.
Mine is forgiveness. And I say that because you will consistently need to utilize forgiveness. And I don't mean just like saying I'm sorry or, but actually executing with a heart of forgiveness, knowing that God is a forgiving God. And when we love each other and seek the Lord on a regular basis, daily, about forgiving one another, whether it be in, we like to call it heated fellowship, rather than arguing. So if we have heated fellowship, or if it's something that is, considered a moral failure, whatever it might be, no matter how deep or how offensive it may have been, just knowing how to forgive one another and allowing your love to cover the multitude of fault that you have one to another, and just remember that God honors forgiveness. So that would be my buzzword.
Okay, I like that term about the heated. My parents called it the situation room. So when they said they had to go into this, not the situation, but the situation room, when they said that, I knew that was my cue to exit right. We're getting ready to have a show enough discussion. Thank you so much, the Browns.
It's consideration, but together it's purpose. I'm gonna let her go purpose because, when he took purpose, you see us throw our hands up.
So I'll speak on the purpose, and then I'll pass it over to him to speak on the consideration as our buzzwords put together. So on the purpose, on the flip side, is understanding the purpose of the relationship, because every relationship is different. Even with going through life, any relationship that you're in, you must understand the purpose, whether it's long-term, whether it's short-term, whether it's you pouring into the person and you have something the person needs or the person has something you need. I believe when one understands the purpose of the relationship, they can treat the relationship as such and not come into the relationship with all these high hopes. Because I've seen, and through a few of I do coaching as well, and some that I have coached, I've seen in many times where they had high hopes. Oh, I think that's my husband. That's my husband. Okay, let's understand the purpose of the relationship. Yes, God may have very well put a male in your life, but what was the purpose? Why did he put that male in your life? And so that's why I say the buzzword is purpose. And then he says consideration. So I yield it to him.
I did say consideration because I find that to be very important, to be considerate